United Nations 4 Pillars of Learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 39 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
All right. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening. And I must say that that's the beauty of having an international seminars. I get to say all that in one sentence. Welcome back, everyone, to the second day of this international seminar on women in higher education, gender equality in and through education, jointly organized by the International Islamic University Malaysia IIUM, University Malaysia Sabah UMS, and the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. Well, what's in store for us today? This morning, we're going to have 2 speakers, each with their own topic, and 1 panel discussion. And in the afternoon, after the lunch break, we're going to have 1 panel discussion, followed by 1 speaker before we have the resolution and then the closing remark. So let's get back to business. And first off, we're going to listen to a talk on women leadership in higher education, challenges, best practices, and way forward. The speaker is Dr. Sharifah Shahira Said Sheikh, a senior lecturer from College University Polytech Mara Institute of Graduate Studies. Dr. Sharifah specializes in gender, politics, and governance. She is actively involved in NGOs, particularly the National Council for Women's Organization and the Malaysian Social Science Association. She represented the Malaysian civil society in regional and international meetings, as well as delivered talks in conferences, radio, and TV shows. She published various articles in journals and book chapters related to gender and completed various research grants, such as the National Survey on Young Women in 2016 and sexual harassment in sports in 2019. She received several national awards such as Global Pioneering Women Leader Award 2020, Malaysia's Women Leadership Award 2019, and Mara Educator Excellence Award 2016. She obtained her Bachelor in Human Science and Master's in Political Science from IIUM and her PhD in Political Science from UKM. In fact, the biodata I presented here is a compressed version which actually doesn't do justice to Dr. Sharifah, given her vast experience in her field of specialization. We are honored to have her with us today, and without further ado, I hand the mic over to Dr. Sharifah Shahira Said Sheikh. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Freya, for giving me, introduce me. And thank you so much to IIUM, UMS, UNESCO for inviting me to this prestigious seminar and conference on women in higher education, gender equality in and through education. This is a topic that is very close to my heart. And I do have a presentation slide, and I would like to share it now. All right, so as mentioned by Dr. Faria just now, my title for today's sharing session, I believe this is more to sharing knowledge, and I really hope to have some feedbacks, opinion, and thoughts, maybe some question to share, because this is one of the initiative we are now, I am now the principal researcher in ECAP Competency Excellence and doing on this topic on women leadership. And we are in inception stage for the past 2-3 weeks. Okay, we are working on it. So it's just an early finding that I can share with everybody here. So your thoughts and also suggestions are really welcome. And let me just introduce myself. My name is Sharifah Shahira, and I'm a senior lecturer at Faculty of Education, Humanities and Arts from College University Polytech Mara. And I'm also Honorary Assistant Secretary General for National Council of Women's Organization, NCWO. NCWO comprises of more than 150 NGOs, yeah, women NGOs. And we also can see here there's a logo. This research is under ECAP, yeah, under ECAP grant, Academic Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi. And also my team members are from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, USM, UITM, and also USIM. And as I mentioned, this is an inception stage. So we do explore, it's more on exploratory stage. And that's why yesterday I did ask Dr. Selina about what are her thoughts on how to have more women as leaders in higher education. So here I do have 8 matters that I would like to share. Number 1, a little bit of an introduction. And then why does it matter? I think it's good for us to revisit the big why, because I believe where we have a clearer picture of the big why, and it's easier for us to do things because it is with willing heart. It's not just because of our minister is the first women minister, because it's kind of like a trendy things to do, but it is good for us to really understand the big why. We need to have an equal representation between male and female as decision makers, yeah, in higher education. Number 3, as parallel with the conference focus on gender equality, as a person that learned quite substantively on gender equality, I would like to highlight certain concepts, especially on substantive equality by CEDAW, yeah, promoted by CEDAW. Then I will go to current scenario. The current scenario, in other words, I'm going to just highlight the descriptive representation of women in higher education, okay, globally and then in Malaysia. But of course, it's just preliminary and it's more on the surface, okay, not really in depth yet. Then we have, I will share with you some literature reviews. Maybe we do have our fellow audience here would like to know further and would like to read more. So there are a few articles that I can share here. Then challenges and barriers from a lot of sources. So I do take a few of the challenges and barriers, and we will verify and explore further when we have our focus group activity this coming September. Yeah, and then best practices also still at the stage of exploratory, and we are also going to go further when we have done our survey and also the analysis of our focus group end of this year. Then a little bit of way forward, and I really hope more people can partake in this, because way forward we need more united or concerted effort in order for us to go way forward from here. So as an introduction, this session is to discuss the scenario of women's leadership in higher education. It's a part of ACAP Competency Excellence Program. So we have as academician, we do have a high respect and also hope for university, and we believe university are the catalyst for the advancement of nation and society. So when we have a lot of universities with more graduates, with more scholars and researchers, so that particular nation will be an advanced nation, a nation that will be better than yesterday or before. And one of the indicators of nations and societies' advancement is gender equality. And this is accepted globally since our human rights, the Universal Human Rights Declaration. And then we do have CEDAW, we do have Sustainable Development Goals. Before that, it was Millennial Development Goals, whereby we have at least 2 on focusing on gender equality. And now we have 1. And to construct these documents is not easy, because I was involved in as a part of a group of people at a Southeast Asia level, invited by ICHAR, yeah, the Human Rights Council of ASEAN, as CSO, to give my thoughts on when Sustainable Development Goals are still ongoing. Yeah, they are still trying to see how many goals that we need to have in SDG. So it was not an easy exercise, and it's not just based on certain standard. Some people say, oh, it's only Western standard. What Western standard when to have SDG, it goes regional, it goes national level. There are so many discussions in order for us to get into SDG that we have today. Yeah, and Convention of Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, Malaysia adopted in 1995, and United Nations adopted this in 1979, and it is agreed and ratified by most countries in the world. Yeah, and however, although gender equality is accepted to be the one of the main element or indicator for nations and society advance, and although university are the catalyst of advancement of nation and society, however, when it comes to reality, descriptively, yeah, it's very low when it comes to low percentage of women in universities top management. It kind of like glaringly portray gender equality and underrepresentation of women in universities ecosystem. And ironically, most population, women is the majority of population in university ecosystem in the world and including in Malaysia. So before we go to the details, before we say, oh, we need to have more women, there are people who ask, why does it matter? Yeah, so far we are doing just fine. Okay, why does it matter? Okay, some may say it is a given nature. Men are naturally inclined to be leaders and women are naturally inclined to be followers. Is that so? So if we talk about the concept of given nature, so we do not have to have scholars, to see the detail. Are you really sure this given nature is really given? Yeah, it is. For me, it's. I think a lot of scholars, I believe, my fellow friends also agree that when we talk about given nature, it is actually a problematic concept, and it's very much related to gender stereotype, prejudices, and discrimination. Yeah. So let me a little bit also revisit. Yeah, what is the meaning of gender? It's not about organ or biologically between male and female. It's beyond that. Yeah. Gender refers to relationship between males and females that are socially constructed. When we talk about socially constructed, in other words, it can be changed. Yeah, it can be changed, and it can make things better. Yeah, so it is socially constructed based on culture, based on way of thinking, based on religious interpretation, based on practices of society. And it defines and determines the roles of men and women. So if you look here, culture, the construction of culture, the construction of way of thinking, the advancement of religious interpretation and the practices of a society is actually shaped not just by the people, but also by an institution like university. The advancement, the things to pinpoint what are the practices that is not really in line with human rights, not really in line with SDG, so it can be done by the universities. So the good news is it is socially constructed. It's not biology between male and female, but it's the relationship. It is socially constructed and it changes from time to time, depending on society progressive or regressive state. So I really hope that we do, when we have this conference, thank you so much IUM, UMS, UNESCO for having this, for organizing this conference, because it shows we are moving progressively in this matter. Yeah. So among us now, there are still some of us who believe the underrepresentation of women is not a big deal. Yeah, more or fewer women as leaders do not change anything, or business runs as usual. Yeah, some even ask me, "Are you really sure what are you talking is going to? It's a part of the advancement of country's agenda." You know, so I have to convince them in quite a lengthy manner. However, if we change it the other way around, okay, 88 until 90% of women as leaders and only 10 to 20% men as leaders, many will find it problematic. Yeah, if it's the other way around, because now we only have 10 to 20% women leader. VCs is 10%. Okay, so why? This is because why, if we have less male leaders and more female leaders, many will see it as problematic. Why? Yeah, because of the standardized version of leaders is masculine and male dominated, and we are used to that. So when we have issues of underrepresentation of women, there are still people who feel it's not problematic compared to if there's issue of underrepresentation of male. Why? Because we are used to domination of or overrepresentation of men. So we are used to that. Okay. So this is one of the example. So when there's a changing gender disparity in Malaysian higher education in terms of student, a lot of people say, "Oh, this is a problem. Okay, why this thing happened?" But if we look from a feminist perspective, it's always problematic of gender disparity since for so long. Okay, because women were still underrepresented in the leadership. Yeah. Within a short time, Malaysians acknowledged and agreed with the problematic situation of lesser men than women as students. Okay, but it is taking many years or even more years for Malaysians to perceive the absence of women as leaders, especially in sectors dominated by women, as problematic scenario. Why this happened? Because it is an effect of patriarchal and hegemonic masculinity mindsetting. So along the way, we do have this mindsetting, whether we realize it or not. Yeah. So here I would like to a little bit explain or revisit. I'm sure a lot of us know about this, but I would like to revisit what is the minds that we have and also that we are used to. Okay, and also hinders along the way, indirectly hinders us from having equal representation between male and women in leadership. Yeah. First is patriarchy. Yeah, it refers to social organization marked by father supremacy. Okay, and systematically maintained by religious interpretation and culture practices. Okay, it makes most of us directly or indirectly believe and comfortable to the standardized idea of masculine leadership. Okay, so it sounds, a lot of people feel it is sounds nicer when we put forward, for example, "Oh, I'll ask my husband." Okay, but for a man to say, "I ask my wife," then it sounds awkward. Okay, but when it comes to women, when women say, "Oh, I'll ask my husband," it sounds sweet. Okay, all right. The reason why, because we still have this patriarchal, and we are still in the patriarchal mindsetting. Yeah. And another concept I would like for us to revisit is hegemonic masculinity. I am not against masculinity. We need to have masculinity, but when we have too dominant or hegemonic masculinity, it starts to be toxic masculinity. It goes the same with feminism. Okay, feminine also the same thing. If overwhelmed or too dominating, it can become toxic. what we want in gender equality is the balance between both, and even synthesizing it for what? For a better tomorrow, a better reality, a just society. Okay, so let's just go to revisit a little bit. What is the concept of hegemonic masculinity? All right, is an ideology that systematically strengthens men's domination over women. So here we are used to power over. Okay, in feminist context, we have 4 types of power actually. Number 1 is power over, that we are used to it. Number 2 is power with. This is what gender equality is supposed to be about. Yeah, power with between a male and female to work together to make things better. All right, no more power overing. Okay, so it is often accepted as given nature. Okay, oh, that's the way it is. Yeah, the dichotomy between leader and follower. Yeah, like the picture there I took from a CEDAW video. Okay, the dichotomy between the two attributes between male and female. Okay, and this is actually more stereotype. It's not given nature. It's just socially constructed. Yeah, it's in the mind. Dominant or submissive, knower and known, protector and victim, strong and weak. And I'm sure as academicians, as researchers, and also fellow civil societies and thinking society, we believe this dichotomy is not supposed to be the given nature. It's not supposed to be something that we just accept as it is. Yeah, it's something that in order for us to have a better world is for us to revisit and make some changes, yeah, to construct a better reality. So although universities, I'm still at a big Y, although universities are the place to broaden the epistemology or horizon of thinking and eliminate stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination, unfortunately, there's a glaring underrepresentation of women as leader, indicate vice versa. Gender inequality in universities leadership can be seen in management and various organizations within the institution. It is a global scenario and only gained substantive attention in 1990s. While in Malaysia, it was even later in 2006 when announced first women VC, Datuk Rafia Salim, and followed by Professor Emeritus Dr. Sharifah Hafsah, appointed as VC in UKM in August 2006. So before we proceed on the current state of women as universities leader globally within Malaysia, let us a little bit visit the concept of gender equality. It is often mistakenly interpreted as a formal equality, yeah, or instead of substantive equality. So let me revisit the concept, the meaning and definition of gender equality. A fundamental human rights and a fundamental goal of sustainable development, of course. It implies that in the interests, needs, and priorities of both men and women are considered. So it's not, gender equality is not just about women, it's also about men, yeah? Thereby recognizing the diversity of different groups of women and men, gender equality is not about women issues, but concern and fully engage men and women. So let me just revisit the concept of equality approach. So what we want is a substantive equality, or we need to do some corrective approach. Okay, why? Because there are many backgrounds, historical backgrounds, there are many situations, the intersectionality that makes that we need to give different treatments in order to achieve equal outcome. Yeah, so the corrective approach is all about equal opportunity, giving different treatments based on need, situation, background, and intersectionality. And affirmative and corrective measures are introduced to ensure equality of the result. Okay, the result is there. Maybe the treatment might be different here and there. That's why we introduce affirmative policies. Yeah. The thing about the debate is always about, a lot of people talk about, we must go for merit, it always must be merit. But the problem with merit, it's based on the standard of the advantage group, the group that is already well established in leadership. Okay, so when we talk about advantage groups, it's usually a masculine base of approach. Yeah. Overwhelmed masculine-based approach. Yeah, so formal equality is always problematic. Actually, it's not just. Yeah, treat men and women equally without taking into consideration that the challenges faced are different due to discrimination, discriminatory culture, discriminatory religious interpretation, intersectionality. It often uses merit, an existing standard that has already been defined and shaped by the advantage groups and masculine base. This approach will blame the disadvantaged group for their own failure to adhere to the standards that have been given. It goes the same to the marginalized group. The advantaged group always blame marginalized group not to be good enough. Okay, so it's always problematic when it comes to formal equality. There's another approach that is also problematic when it protectionist. It tends to hinder women from certain opportunities. Oh, you are women, you don't have to do it because you have other things to do. For example, a question like, you are holding a very important position in institution. So how do you balance work and family? This question usually being imposed against women and not to men. Okay, so I still remember when Tan Sri Sharifah Hafsah was appointed as a VC, one of the reporters asked her that question, and she said that I will not answer that question unless you ask all VC the same question. All right, so this is it. And a certain opportunity that are considered not suitable and dangerous. The choices are limited based on the authority interpretation. So formal equality or protectionist approach are now is actually hindering gender equality. So these are some of gender equality indicators. Okay, the rights to have all the rights, opportunity, choices, decision-making, participation, and also self-actualization. So and now we go to the current scenario. So these are, thank you to my research officer for coming out with this very nice infographic. So taken from BBC News, we have only 1 out of 4 professors are female, although we have more than 50% lecturers are women. This is in UK, current 2020 statistic. In United States, 3 in 10 female faculty and staff say that they have been passed over for a promotion or other opportunity for advancement at work because of their gender. Okay, and then in Australia, women academic leadership position increased from 15.5% to 37.0%. And a woman professorial seems to be increased very well in Australia to 52.8%. In terms of the world, so we still need to tabulate the data when it comes to Malaysia in that sense. And then in the world, okay, we have 43 out of 200 top universities, only 43 female VCs, 21.5%. And in EU, we can see less than 25% head of institution and less than 30%, 26.2% professor in the women professor. And in Malaysia, Then we go to Malaysia. All right. So we have, I have another around 20 minutes. List of Vice Chancellor since 2006. Okay, we gained our independence in 1957. Yeah. All right. So just to recall that. So we only have 11 Vice Chancellors so far. Alhamdulillah. So the current scenario, we have 56.6% female academician with a PhD around 53.4% compared to 46.6% male with a PhD qualification. Okay, so this is the list. Seems to be like we still have one UTM, UUM, UMP, UNIMAP, UTHM, UMS, UNIMAS, UPNM, UMK, and also UNIZA. Not yet. The rest, we do have at least, we only have one, except for UTEM, 2 women VC. This one is the data that this is inception stage, yeah. So this is the data that we have so far, only 2 out of 20 from 20 university. And we have 13 DVC out of 50, out of 67. And board of director, based on my counting, we are going to go in depth to see whether is this just because of it's because of political will of our minister, or it's before this we do have this much of composition, or is there any big difference in terms of that? So around 59 women and 203 men. And dean, we are still counting, and it seems to be like it's a balance between a male and female in this sense. This is a literature review that I would like to share. Okay, so it's interesting to see how the factors or the challenges of gender disparity are similar out of all these countries: Malaysia, United States, Iran, United Kingdom, and a few other countries. And the enablers we get from UK, Europe, some of the discussions going on. And yeah, it's interesting to see how there's a lot of similarities, yeah, in many countries. So it shows the relevancy of this issue. And as a country that is going to be an advanced country, is one of the issues that we need to take it seriously. Yeah. So this is our inception finding. Okay, based on our secondary data exploration. So we can see at least 12 or even more. And what we are going to do next step is to put into categorization of the dimension of gender equality. Yeah. So here we can see the 12, okay, and very much interrelated with one another. This is the thing about issues related to women, gender, male, men. Is always very much related closely to one another. So the first one is culture expectation related to family matter. It is very much closely related to heavy workload. Okay, so culture norms in behavior, how women we ourselves perceive as a leader or not, and how our colleague or our spouse perceive us, our role. Yeah, it's a culture norm behavior. Religious interpretation, whereby we still have religious interpretation that are being popularized to strengthen the hegemonic masculinity that male supposed to be the superior being compared to women. yeah, we still have that kind of understanding and also promotion here and there. Acceptance of hegemonic masculinity, gendered institutional culture and homosociability, a lack of collective political will. Like us, maybe in a gender study group, we do really believe, and then sometimes when we talk to some stakeholders, suddenly we have to go back to explain the big why. So so it's not that easy sometimes. Yeah, a stiff competition with male, because male counterparts, they are from the background, they do have certain amount of advantages. In various aspects, lack of mentorship and training, selection and promotion practices, heavy workload, underrepresentation in the top management, voice not heard because only few women there, and lack of opportunities for career development. As I mentioned, what we are going to do is to categorizing it based on the gender equality dimension later. So if you can see here, I will just highlight some. Yeah, one of it is a culture expectation and also culture norms in behavior. One of the narratives I found in a literature review, seeing me as a woman, okay, sorry for the typo, they just cannot understand why should I be working with them. They say things like, you are just a woman, you can never be the same as us, right? Then in my previous research, this one is on the public sectors. Yeah, the respondent, I had around nearly 400 respondents. The females, the women in public sector still have this belief. 63.7% believe men are better at decision making. 64.5% believe that they will quit their job if the husband asks them to do so. Their husband asks them to do it. 88.1% will always ask the husband's permission to go to work. Maybe this is related to the religious interpretation. And 83.5% will quit their job and focus on the family if financially strong and stable. So there are elements of conservatism here, and also religious interpretation that make the mind setting, yeah, to accept the hegemonic masculinity. And if you look here, homosociability in the gendered institutional culture, whereby when there's an imbalance of culture with too much of masculine culture. Again, masculinity is not just among male, yeah, but we do have a lot of feminine and also a person that is very sensitive about gender inequality, like Professor Zulkifli. They're very sensitive about gender inequality. So there are women are also insensitive of gender inequality and prefer hegemonic masculinity, okay, and even amplify the hegemonic masculinity. So it is not about whether men and women, but it's about mind setting. Whether embracing gender equality or amplifying hegemonic masculinity here. Yeah, the key decision maker call the shots. Okay, so the top management. So when the composition is only descriptively more male, yeah, so it will tend to have the tendency to select just like oneself. So they will select somebody that is similar. Okay. So micropolitics and culture assumptions underpin practices and procedures are also the reason why we have underrepresentation. Okay, and then we also have this women's missing agency, take in the form of a perceived lack of self-confidence and or ambition, and it's actually not the fault of anyone. It's because it's socially constructed. So when we have this type of forum, we can share and we can maybe have different way of thinking after this. Yeah, a little bit here and there. Yeah, so leading women to opt out of applying for senior management positions. So because we are used to say it's okay. I mean, I'm fine with what I'm doing now. Yeah. And another thing is conservatism, geographical mobility, and micropolitics lead to disadvantages to women. So this is also a finding that we get from all the various research reviews. Yeah, that what we are going to do after this is to have the focus group so that we can see the similarities and also the difference. So it will be open. Yeah. So in terms of this 12 selection, heavy work, underrepresentation, and lack of opportunity, these are some of the narratives that we find from Wahida Nishant. Okay, this is from Maldives case study at Maldives. The biggest challenge has been multitasking between the roles of a mother, a wife, and commitment to the job. So although this one is conducted in Maldives, I think as Malaysian, we also can relate to this, and we also have heard this many times, this type of narrative many times. Yeah. And another one is sometimes being a woman among the few women in senior management, our voices do not get heard because only a small number. So it's not easy for these few top women leaders to convey the message. It happens also in the political parties. I did a lot of research on political parties. This is also one of the reasons why they're unable to put a minimum of 30% women candidates so far. And the other narrative is career development opportunities are limited. My quest for higher studies is weighed down by a lack of opportunities for further professional development in this organization. Although we do not have any, we do not have any policy for career development. Yeah. So those are the challenges so far. What we are going to do is to put everything in dimension of gender equality and do our best to put it in order and see the correlation between it. Yeah. So this is my few last slide. Okay, best practices and way forward. I think all of us agree that what we are doing now is awareness building initiatives. I hope we will have more in the future, inshallah. Based from my research, our research project, inshallah, we will organize 2 seminar and also focus group event soon. Number 2, mentorship and training. Number 3, strengthen networking and collective political will. And for example, like SDG, we do have SDG Networking Alliance, all right? So maybe we can think about the networking among gender equality network, yeah? Comprises of male and female, not just women. Yeah. And number 4, progressive religious discourse and interpretation. I believe as International Islamic University, I learned a lot of advanced interpretation of Islam from IUM. I'm grateful to be a part of IUM student when I was for matriculation, for degree, and also masters. So I have learned a lot of progressive religious interpretation from IUM. Yeah. So number 5, substantive equality, institutional culture, not formal equality. Yeah, or protectionist equality, more to substantive equality. Implementation of minimum 30% of women decision policy, national level and university level. For example, at least minimum of 30% of women VC. Nationally. Yeah. So number 7, promotion and succession planning to sustain women's leadership. And number 8, be universities, the gardens of knowledge and virtue. And our main agenda is to construct a better reality and not to just, trying to uphold the status quo, although we know it is not really in line with gender equality. Yeah. If it's not in line with gender equality, it is not in line with Sustainable Development Goal and also other documents, including the national policy documents. So way forward, I believe more initiatives, seminars, conference, but I think maybe we also need to also think about resolution and joint communique. For each initiative, we come up with certain kind of concerted resolution, yeah, a desire that we really, KPT and university really want to look at this underrepresentation of women as a serious matter, not just as political matter, yeah. And number 3, knowledge, explore. This is what my team and also maybe I'm sure there are other researchers are also doing it. Explore, analyze, gather descriptive and substantive information. Number 4, ability, introduce and implement the assessment tool framework as a guideline in order to ensure gender equality in university. And number 4, not just a guideline, not just implementation, we also need to reinforce, thoroughly look at the indicators of gender equality, which part are still not doing okay. So we need to have the assessment, ongoing assessment. So these are some of the interesting articles that I have, our team, yeah, my team, we have read together. And these are my research team. Okay, special thanks to ACAP for giving us this opportunity to explore and also study this on this matter on women leadership in higher education. So here I would like to introduce my team member, Professor TS Dr. Anita Wati, Associate Professor Dr. Bahia, yeah, Dr. Anita from UITM, Dr. Bahia from UKM, she's a gender expert. Dr. Anita is Kanze engineering expert on emotion. We have Associate Professor Dr. Hajah Fadilah Puteh. Her area is human resource and strategic development. We also have Dr. Noreha Othman from KUPTM. Her area also human resource management and quality management. And we have Dr. Zarini from USM. Her area is gender politics and sociology. And we have Dr. Habiba in corpus linguists and of course gender too. So with that, we do have 9:50. I do have 10 minutes for discussion. Really looking forward for questions question and answers. Yes. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you, Dr. Sharifah, for a thorough presentation on women leadership in higher education challenges, best practices, and way forward. Thank you so much. And we do have questions, Dr. Sharifah. This is coming from Professor Dr. Technologist Rose Alinda Alias. Thank you very much, Professor, for the question. The question says, have you explored the imposter syndrome among the women leaders? Imposter syndrome is loosely defined as doubting your abilities and feeling like a fraud. It disproportionately affects high achieving people who find it difficult to achieve or to accept their accomplishments. Many questions whether they are deserving of accolades. Dr. Sharifah?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. I will really keep this question and thoroughly, maybe I can contact you later, Prof, for further discussion on this. And we will have our focus group. I really hope that you can attend and partake in and contribute in this focus group. Yes, the problem is the mindset, the mindsetting of hegemonic masculinity that we are used to it since we were young until when we again and again when we're married, again and again we're being reminded about the importance of being a person that is need to contribute more in the private sphere, family, children. So regardless of how high achieving, how high is your achievement, the most important is you and your role in the private sphere. That's one. Another one is the one that I have mentioned just now, women missing agency. Okay, whereby we do not really believe, our the capability that we have, and psychologically, some women, due to the culture, we still have this doubt about our own capability. And another thing, when we talk about affirmative action, a lot of people say, oh, you are there for the sake of tokenism. Yeah, you are based on merit, you are maybe not there yet. Okay, this kind of thought is it's actually based on this mindsetting of patriarchal and hegemonic masculinity, not only carried out by men, but it is also embraced by women. Okay, so yeah, so I will go and read more about this imposter syndrome. And I really hope after this conference, we as women and also fellow male academicians and also our partners, okay, will have this concerted thinking and also uniform kind of thinking that gender equality is very important. And of course, there are needs to have some affirmative action, minimum of 30% women decision maker. Why? Because of the intersectionality, because of the situation, because of the conservatism, because of a lot of barriers that I have mentioned before. So maybe my answers are not really good enough, maybe not well-rounded enough. So I open this for discussion. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sharifah. I think it's because that over the years we have been drummed in with this hegemonic masculinity that we have, in a way, or subconsciously accepted it in our society. Yeah, Doctor.
Yeah.
But I find it ironic because in your slide is saying that where are the boys in the university? We all know that we have more female students than male students in the university. So the question goes, where are the boys? But when it comes to women leaders, where are the women?
Nobody asked that question.
Where are the women? So it's a big question mark because we assume that we are producing enough women, would-be women leaders, educated would-be women leaders. But till today, this is 2022, we are still talking about women leaders in our organizations. Yeah, Doctor, you care to comment on this thing?
Yeah, the one that I highlighted just now is to just compare. There are so many people asking, what about it? I mean, I think women have enough. You are talking too much about women empowerment, women leadership. I think it's good enough what we have today. And then I say, come on, is it 10% good enough? 2 out of 20 VCs, all right? That is a very descriptive. And then if you look even in depth, then you can see more. If it's the other way around, we have only 2 men VC and another 18 female VCs, I think a lot of people will perceive it as problematic. Okay, just like what happened to our boys today. So yeah, this is the thing about standardization, our definition of merit, yeah, our what is problematic, what is the given nature. This is the thing that I like about feminism. Okay, I'm not afraid to say I am feminist. Okay, some people are not really comfortable to say they are gender specialists or feminists. One of the reasons because of the hegemonic masculinity itself. All right. So when we look from a gendered and also feminist lens, we can see that these concepts, the standardization, the merit that we have, the current indicators of merit, the practices that we have, the given natures, these needs to be revisited and see whether it is in line with gender equality or it is actually imposing more and more gender inequality and strengthening hegemonic masculinity. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sharifah, for the answer. And we hope that from this international seminar that we're having today, that we're going to have a very positive conclusion. Yeah. So once again, I think our time's up. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharifah Shahira Said Sheikh, for sharing your time with us this morning. And we hope to have you again in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Assalamualaikum.
All right. Next, we will be having Yang Berbahagia Dato' Shahira Ahmad Bazari, Trustee and Managing Director of Yayasan Hasanah, a foundation of Khazanah Nasional Berhad. Yang Berbahagia Dato' will touch on defining achievement, education, opportunity, and the contemporary woman. But before that, let me introduce Yang Berbahagia Dato' Shahira by reading her biodata. Yang Berbahagia Dato' Shahira Ahmad Bazari worked in a private think tank at the start of her career. Today, she works together with a network of civil society organizations to create positive, long-term, and sustainable impact within Malaysia's social, environmental, and arts landscape. Dato' Shahira is also instrumental in the setting up of Yayasan Hasanah, which evolved out of her 9-year tenure at Khazanah Nasional Berhad. Dato' Shahira holds a Bachelor of Arts from IIUM and a Master's in Public Communication from American University, Washington, D.C., and has completed the Cambridge Business Sustainability Management course from the University of Cambridge, United Kingdom. She is certified practitioner of Neuro-Linguistic Programming, NLP, by the American Board of NLP. Dato' Shahira is the first Malaysian to earn the accredited business communicator designation. Ladies and gentlemen, Yang Berbahagia Dato' Shahira Ahmad Bazari will be represented by Madam Zanaria Johari, Lead of Arts and Public Space, Yayasan Hasanah. So it's over to you, Madam Zanaria.
Thank you, Sharia. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Firstly, thank you very much for the opportunity to invite me to address with such an important topic that is relevant in modern Malaysia. Let me begin with a brief introduction of Yayasan Hasanah. Yayasan Hasanah, the foundation arm of Khazanah Nasional, is an independent grant-making foundation. Our work is based on 5 impact areas, namely education, environment, community development, arts and public spaces, and knowledge. At Hasanah, we firmly believe that through equitable access, inclusiveness, and quality education, we are indirectly enabling equal rights for women and girls in accessing job opportunities, salary pay, and also improving their status within the community. Quality education is beyond providing access. It encompasses systemic transformation throughout its macro and micro system. Being the national foundation in Malaysia, we know that we need to lead by example. On that account, centered through our education and knowledge impact areas, we supported various programs such as Trust School and the Cerdik initiatives, tuition and after-school classes, psychosocial sessions for university students, therapies for special needs children, and many, many more. We also understand the importance of evidence-based approaches in providing solutions. Through our collaboration with Khazanah Research Center Institute, Academician and other research institute, we have undertaken various research over the past years. This year alone, Yayasan Hasanah has commissioned IIUM and University Malaysia Sabah for commencing research on the mapping of mental health among school students and exploring the impact of COVID-19 on them. The most recent we had on the list is a study to map heirloom textiles in Malaysia, a research collaboration with the Apprenticeship Center of Excellence. We believe that the findings from this research will help us to inform future decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, Iqra, the first word of the Quran that was revealed to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which means read, to seek knowledge, a divine command which encourages all human beings, both men and women, to learn and seek knowledge. As a mother, a wife, a daughter, and a leader, I am here as who I am today because of the opportunity to education, which I am grateful for. Education acts as a crucial piece that completes the puzzle of gender disparities. In and through education, we reduce the gap between boys and girls, men and women. Education helps reclaim women's power and leadership. I would like to share some of the programs that we supported through Hasanah Grant. One of them was through our partnership with Women of Will, a Malaysian-based NGO that focuses on empowering B40 women's leadership and entrepreneurship. Through the program, though the program did not offer tertiary education to those women, but informal education, training, coaching, and certifications in entrepreneurship and leadership have proven that these women, despite their life circumstances, managed to improve their livelihood and in return, serve their community. As a leader in the community, they've taken their own initiatives to address economic and societal issues among them. I am nothing more than being so proud of their achievements. A peek into our Malaysian statistics will show that based on the 12 Malaysia Plan 2021 to 2025, there has been some improvement in women's participation in decision-making, where the percentage of women in top-level management rose from 35.6% to 38.2% in the public sector, and from 24.4% to 25.8% in the private sector between 2016 and 2020. However, globally, Malaysia is still far behind in narrowing the gender gap, being placed in the 112th over 156 countries, based on the World Economic Forum's 2021 Global Gender Gap Report. To be specific, Malaysia ranked 104th in economic participation and opportunity, 70th in educational attainment, 74th in health and survival, and 128th in political empowerment. Political empowerment remains the largest gap across the world. Though we can see some improvement in women taking up leadership role, especially in social sector in Malaysia, as of now, we have a very minimal number of top leaders in higher educational institutions, especially in public universities. Currently, we have only a few women serving as vice chancellor, Professor Datuk Dr. Nur Aini Mokhtar, University Malaysia Terengganu, Professor Dr. Raha Abdul Rahim, Malaysia Technology University of Malacca, and Professor Datuk T.S. Dr. Roziah Muhammad Janur, Vice Chancellor of UiTM. Looking back at history, we have a list of great women leaders in the higher education sector, starting with Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Rafiah Salim, the first female Vice Chancellor in the history of Malaysia. She was appointed as the Vice Chancellor of University Malaysia in 2006. In addition to the list, we have Professor Emerita Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail. She was the first female Vice Chancellor of University Science Malaysia and University Science Islam Malaysia, and was also the first female Director General of Higher Education. We also have Professor Datin Paduka Dr. Aini Idris, the first woman Vice Chancellor at University Putra Malaysia, and Professor Emerita Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Sharifah Hafsah Said Hassan Shahabuddin, former Vice Chancellor of University Kebangsaan Malaysia. These are the example of the great leaders who I believe have brought up our tertiary education a level higher and living proof that women can and also be the agent of change. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share 3 steps to assure gender parity and equality. Firstly, we need more female leaders in Malaysia. As much as we have invested in educational attainment for girls, we need to continue promoting women's leadership, especially in academia. The tremendous work of all these women leaders in the education sector that I've mentioned earlier need to be continued. We need to shatter the glass ceiling that barred us and be our own advocate. The glass ceiling will go away when women help other women break through the ceiling. Indra Nooyi, the world's 100th most powerful woman. Islam never underestimates the power of women. Women, as much as men, have potential to play a fundamental role in restoring the economic and social justice. Hence, we must enable the platforms for more women to participate in decision-making and hence benefit from the rights they are bestowed to. Give women the opportunity and trust them. Secondly, education attainment. Further to Global Gender Gap Report 2021, though we are the 70th in the ranking, there are still huge gaps in girls entering the STEM sector at various levels. The disparity indeed is alarming, especially if these are the direction of future Malaysia. Women and girls make half of this country, making them have an equal share in nation building. As the government has placed STEM as a focus in developing the country towards achieving the status of a developed nation, we need to encourage and give women and girls of various ages the opportunity to venture into the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics field in line with the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal Agenda. Thirdly, addressing discriminatory social norms. I'm sure most of you must have heard of double burden, the term that is often used to characterize challenges faced by women balancing their duty as mother, wife, daughter, their careers. In this contemporary world, a woman, a mother, is still continuously challenged on the way they bring themselves, the way they care for their children, and the decisions they make for themselves. They are confined to doing unpaid care work despite their struggle to succeed in their career. Though I do believe women and men are created with unique characteristics to carry their own rules, but definitely certain rules must be shared. Ladies and gentlemen, at Hassana, we are cognizant that equal access to quality education will break the cycle of poverty and reduce inequalities. We will continuously support and suggest innovative measures to our partners who are working in the education sphere, enabling them to support students and the precincts in their journey towards retrieving quality education. At the tertiary level, through our Yayasan Khazanah scholarships, we aspire to drive the nation's potential leaders to redefine contemporary Malaysia by offering deserving students to study at premier universities around the world and in Malaysia. Last but not least, We will be persistent in advocating women's empowerment so that they are equipped with all the knowledge and will have the power to direct their own lives in addition to influencing social change. Knowledge is not what is memorized. Knowledge is what benefits. Imam Ash-Shafi'i. I hope you find today's sharing beneficial. Thank you for listening and Selamat Hari Raya Aidiladha.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Zainaria, representing Yang Berbahagia Datuk Syahira Ahmad Bazari for the presentation on defining achievement, education, opportunity, and the contemporary woman. Please send our warmest regards to Yang Berbahagia Datuk. Right, Madam? All right. Okay, so if there are any questions, I believe we can take in because we have a lot of time. So we are open to any questions from the floor or from our participants. Okay, looks like we don't have any questions. So we'll not keep you waiting, Madam. So once again, thank you very much from the organizers of this international seminar. Thank you so much, Madam Maria Johari. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we will be taking a break before we go on to our next session, which is a panel discussion, inviting 3 panelists, and we seek your cooperation to please be back on time, right? Thank you so much. We would like to inform everyone to be back at 10:45, 10:45 for our next session. At the moment, we'll take a break for 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Pada tahun 2015 pula, kami pula di Kundasang terlibat dalam tragedi gempa bumi yang dahsyat yang mengorbankan lebih daripada 22 orang. Sumber utama penyiraman kami untuk tanaman-tanaman dan juga untuk minum telah pun dihanyutkan oleh banjir lumpur yang terjadi pasca gempa tadi. Maka saya terfikir, apakah ada alternatif lain yang boleh saya bantu komuniti petani ini, khususnya ibu dan ayah saya sendiri, yang mana kami adalah antara kelompok yang paling terjejas. Nama saya Azizul Julirin. Saya merupakan graduan Universiti Malaysia Sabah dalam bidang sains aquakultur dan sekarang saya adalah pemilik kepada perniagaan Kundasang Aqua Farm. Dahulunya saya belajar di Universiti Malaysia Sabah pada tahun 2007 hingga tahun 2010. Jadi pada waktu itu saya terfikir sebabkan kami diberikan tanggungjawab untuk mengelola beberapa tangki ternakan ikan yang mana hasilnya nanti itu sebahagiannya itu dari segi kos akan dipulangkan semula kepada pihak universiti dan segi keuntungan itu akan dibagikan sama rata kepada para pelajar. Jadi setiap saat dan setiap waktu yang saya lalui di Universiti Malaysia Sabah pada waktu tersebut memberikan satu motivasi kepada saya untuk menjadi seorang pemilik perniagaan berdasarkan kepada ilmu, pengalaman dan tunjuk ajar yang diberikan oleh pensyarah saya dan juga para senior, supervisor kami, pelajar-pelajar master dan juga di kalangan rakan-rakan yang membantu pada ketika itu. Bagaimana idea untuk memulakan perniagaan Kundasang Aqua Farm ini bermula? Ceritanya begini. Sewaktu saya belajar di Universiti Malaysia Sabah dahulu, saya ingat saya tahun 2008, seorang senior saya telah menjalankan sebuah eksperimen tentang aquaponik. Beliau mengambil pengajian sarjana lah, master, dan beliau telah meminta saya untuk membawa tanaman herba pudina ataupun mint untuk beliau integrasikan dengan tanaman ikan pada waktu tersebut lah. Jadi saya tertarik ya. Kemudian masa pun berlalu. Kemudian pada tahun 2010 saya menjalankan leta industri di Jepun selama 3 bulan. Kemudian pada tahun 2011 ketika junior saya ingin pergi ke Jepun semula untuk menjalani leta industri, berlaku tragedi gempa bumi yang dahsyat di sana. Kerana kita sudah ada hubungan baik dengan rakan-rakan di Jepun pada waktu itu, bertanya kabar dengan mereka, bertanya berita, dan antara berita yang saya sempat lihat pada waktu itu adalah inisiatif sebuah organisasi yang dipanggil sebagai Japan Aquaponics yang telah memberikan kit aquaponik kepada mangsa yang terlibat dalam tragedi gempa dan tsunami di Jepun pada tahun 2011 tersebut, dan memberikan mereka satu keupayaan untuk tetap berdikari walaupun dalam keadaan yang sukar. Dan kemudian masa juga berlalu. Pada tahun 2015 pula, kami pula di Kundasang terlibat dalam tragedi gempa bumi yang dahsyat yang mengorbankan lebih daripada 22 orang. Dan saya pada waktu tersebut masih lagi bekerja di sebuah agensi kerajaan negeri Sabah, terpaksa balik ke kampung dan membantu apa-apa aktiviti kemasyarakatan yang termampu, dan ayah saya terutamanya yang memang hidup sebagai seorang petani selama berpuluh-puluh tahun antara yang terjejas teruk. Dan lebih utama lagi adalah sumber air yang menjadi sumber utama penyiraman kami untuk tanaman-tanaman dan juga untuk minum telah pun dihanyutkan oleh banjir lumpur yang terjadi pasca gempa tadi. Di maka oleh kerana saya pernah belajar teknik aquaponik dan secara langsung saya pernah berada di Jepun dan melihat inisiatif yang pernah dijalankan oleh orang Jepun pada waktu yang lalu, maka saya berfikir bahawa aquaponik mungkin adalah jalan yang terbaik untuk saya aplikasikan di Kundasang. Inilah yang anda dapat saksikan, Kundasang Aqua Farm, sebuah ladang organik yang mengaplikasikan teknologi aquaponik yang pertama seumpamanya di negeri Sabah. Sistem aquaponik adalah satu kaedah yang sangat lestari, di mana kita telah mengintegrasikan kaedah ternakan ikan dalam kurungan, iaitu aquakultur, dan juga sistem kaedah menanam tanaman tanpa menggunakan tanah ataupun hidroponik. Jadi kita gabungkan keduanya, jadilah aquaponik. Jadi bagaimana sistem ini boleh berfungsi dengan baik? Ternakan ikan yang kita ternak dalam kolam ternakan akan mengeluarkan sisa, dan sisa tersebut kita akan tapis menggunakan penapis biologi. Kemudian air tersebut kita akan alirkan ke dalam media tanaman iaitu sistem hidroponik yang dijadikan sebagai pembajaan dan juga pengairan kepada sayuran itu secara bersama-sama, dan air tersebut yang sudah ditapis oleh penapis biologi dan juga telah diserap nutriennya oleh akar tanaman akan kembali semula ke dalam tangki tangkungan ikan sebagai air yang bersih. Jadi kita bukan saja dapat sayuran dan dapat ikan, tapi kita dapat satu ekosistem yang lestari. Dan kita mengambil masa hanya 25 hari sahaja untuk menuai hasil daripada mula kita tanam di dalam media tanaman sehinggalah pada akhir tuaian. Dan sistem ini bukan saja lebih cepat, malah lebih produktif, lebih bersih dan organik. Di samping kita boleh menjual dengan nilai yang jauh lebih tinggi berbanding dengan tanaman yang ditanam dengan kaedah konvensional. Dan pada tahun ini saja kita telah mengambil pelajar latihan industri daripada pelbagai institusi pengajian tinggi di Malaysia, lebih daripada 30 orang pada tahun ini. Antaranya daripada Universiti Malaysia Sabah sendiri, daripada UiTM, daripada UPM, pada College Community, College Vocational, Institut Pertanian dan beberapa IPT yang lain. Selain daripada itu, kita juga menerima banyak kunjungan daripada pelbagai institusi pengajian, sama ada daripada peringkat tadika, peringkat sekolah rendah, menengah, universiti dan lain-lain. Pesan saya kepada sesiapa sahaja yang ingin memulakan aktiviti perniagaan ini, yang pertama adalah lengkapkan diri anda dengan ilmu pengetahuan terlebih dahulu. Maka gedung ilmu di universiti merupakan tempat di mana kita boleh belajar segala aspek. Okey, ilmu bukan saja hanya terikat kepada skill perniagaan itu sendiri ataupun skill teknikal, tapi juga perlu melibatkan ilmu sosial, okey, ilmu kemahiran-kemahiran insaniah, iaitu kemahiran membuat keputusan, berkomunikasi, bernegosiasi. Okay, perlu ada daya juang yang tinggi, survivability, yang mana ini semua diajar dalam kehidupan kita sewaktu menuntut di universiti. Jadi kalau orang cakap tentang modal, bagi saya modal itu bukan juga hanya terikat semata-mata kepada keuangan itu, tetapi modal ini saya boleh bagikan kepada 4 perkara. Yang pertama, modal ilmu itu sendiri. Yang pertama, cukupkan diri anda dengan ilmu pengetahuan dalam pelbagai sumber. Carilah ilmu walaupun sampai ke ceruk mana negara ataupun ceruk mana bumi sekalipun, atau dengan sesiapa sekalipun. Okey, yang kedua adalah modal dari segi modal fizikal. Apa bentuk-bentuk fizikal yang ada di sekitaran kita yang boleh kita manfaatkan? Apakah ada bantuan kerajaan dalam bentuk fasiliti? Adakah ada tanah ataupun ruang kosong yang kita miliki di halaman rumah ataupun di mana sahaja yang boleh kita manfaatkan untuk jadikan sebagai permis perniagaan kita? Itu juga perlu diambil kira, modal fizikal. Yang ketiga, yang sangat penting, iaitu modal sosial. Seringkali kita usahawan-usahawan muda ni, bila dia baru bermula berniaga, dia lone ranger saja. Dia rasa dia boleh buat segala-galanya. Tidak. Kita perlu ada satu circle, di mana circle ini akan mendorong kita untuk menjadi individu yang sentiasa berada ke hadapan. Kalau kita rasa kita nak jatuh, dia akan sambut, dia akan dorong ke depan. Kita rasa kita jatuh ke tepi, dia akan pimpin tangan kita, dia akan dorong kita ke depan. Itu fungsi modal sosial itu tadi. Dan yang keempat, barulah kita fikirkan tentang modal keuangan. Dan modal keuangan ni tidak semestinya kita hanya perlu keluarkan duit daripada poket kita sendiri. Saya teringat dengan lebih kurang pepatah daripada China. Dia kata, mula berniaga dengan duit orang lain. Okey, tak maksudnya kita akan pinjam duit orang, tapi apa inisiatif yang saya buat dulu adalah saya menyertai pelbagai program yang berbentuk pertandingan, okey, bantuan-bantuan pembiayaan perniagaan berbentuk geran yang dikelola oleh kerajaan sendiri, dan kita sertai dengan sepenuh masa. Kita di universiti kita dah biasa dengan pembentangan, okey, presentation, kita pitching, kita mengambil satu raw data, kita analisis, kemudian kita menjangkakan kepada dapatan-dapatan yang seterusnya. Maka semua kemahiran itu saya terjemahkan ke dalam banyak pertandingan inovasi yang saya sertai, dan alhamdulillah dengan kemenangan tersebut membantu untuk saya memulakan dan mengembangkan perniagaan. Dan kalau saya boleh, rakan-rakan lain juga pasti boleh.
would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka. Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like. In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable.
Right, welcome back to this international seminar on women in higher education, gender equality in and through education, jointly organized by the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, University Malaysia Sabah, UMS, and the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. Thank you for joining us. Our next session is a discussion with three panelists. We have Professor Dr. Murnizam Haji Halik of UMS, Professor Dr. Ida Madiha Abdul Ghani Azmi of IIUM, and Alisa Binti Rozaidi, also of IIUM. This session will be moderated by Madam Shahrizad Saidul Haj, Director of the Center for Foundation Studies, IIUM. Madam Shahrizad obtained her Master's in Corporate Communication, University Putra Malaysia, UPM, in 2006, and prior to that, she was also a proud degree holder from University Science Malaysia, USM, in Mass Communication, majoring in Journalism and Broadcasting in 1994. Madam Shahrizad is experienced as an administrator in IIUM for almost 28 years. She served the Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, and the Kuliah of Engineering. She was also attached to the then Public Relations Office, PRO, now known as Office for Communication, Advocacy and Promotion, and credited co-curricular unit, Students Development Center, where she gained experience in training and coaching, especially in the students' development programs. She's always keen to share her experience in her field of specialization, which covers interpersonal communication, self-development, leadership, event and risk management, and crisis communication. Madam Shahrizad is very passionate about community services and actively organizes and participates in donation drive for the needy, especially the flood victims and orphanages. She also holds the position as Major Honorary of the Malaysian Royal Air Force, TUDM, serving the Volunteer Reserve Royal Malaysian Air Force Squad, PSS-TUDM. The rank was granted to her when she was attached to the accredited co-curricular center in Gombak campus in 2011. Madam Shahrizad now serves as a Director of Administration at the Center for Foundation Studies, IIUM, Gambang campus. Well, the mic is all yours, Madam Shahrizad.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Thank you, Madam Feria. It's nice to have you on board this morning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our international webinar entitled Maximizing Impact on Gender Equality in Higher Education, hosted and organized by IIUM in collaboration with UMS and UNESCO. And this is actually our second forum session for the international webinar, where we have 3 panelists with us, and they are Professor Dr. Munizam Haji Halik, Registrar Dean of Faculty of Psychology and Education, University Malaysia Sabah, UMS. How are you, Prof? And we also have with us Professor Dr. Ida Madiha Abdul Ghani Azmi, the Dean of Center for Postgraduate Studies, IIUM. How are you, Prof? All right, and Miss Alisa Ruzaidi, Head of Women Division of the Good Society, IIUM, and she's also the students of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws doing Bachelor of Law. Yeah, how are you, Alisa? Right, good. Alhamdulillah. Seems that everyone now set to discuss on our topic this morning, and we are given the topic entitled Maximizing Impact on Gender Equality in Higher Education. All right, but as usual, before we proceed to the discussion, let me introduce you to our honorable panelists once again. Yeah, and I believe everyone aware that since yesterday morning we talk about women. Yeah, we talk about women, and women also, come out and speak. Yeah, but and we receive questions, concerns, ideas for mostly from women. Yeah, in our chat box in both channels, Zoom and also YouTube. But all this never hesitates Prof. Dr. Munizam to be with us. Yeah, and he seems to be the thorn among the roses in this session. Yeah. Okay, so thank you for that, Prof. And let me read the Prof. Munizam profile summary. So Prof. Munizam has 25 years of experience in academic sector with 22 years experience carrying administration duty. Okay, he is the first Sabahan with a PhD in psychology, and the first Sabahan to hold the post of Dean of Psychology Faculty. All right, so congratulations for that, Prof. And his core competencies are financial governance, strategic planning, revenue generation, cost-saving measure, and human resource management. Prof. Munizam was also in charge of the whole administration of Labuan campus, involving 10 sectors and 2 faculties with 283 staff and 2,000 students when he was the director of UMS Labuan International Campus in 2014. During his tenure as a director, he was also involved in UMS top management sensitive decision-making and strategic planning, as well as introduced creative initiatives in managing the campus in a sustainable way. Prof. Munizam and his team managed to increase revenue of campus up to 120% and focused on streamlined number of jobs to focus on core businesses activities. Right, and he is now the Dean of the School of Psychology and Social Work of UMS, and in the faculty, he now focuses on restructuring and improving the postgraduate recruitment, introduce and revamp master program, and organize major conferences that attract international attendees. His strategies, managed to have increased recruitment of students by 40%. And his experience also helps in liaising with international academicians from USA, United Kingdom, Philippines, Japan, and Indonesia in improving and upgrading the quality of graduates from UMS. And UMS is proud to have Prof. Munizam
being one of the longest serving UMS Senate members. Welcome on board, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our second panelist, who is Professor Dr. Ida Madiha Abdul Ghani, the Dean of CPS IIUM. The Dean of CFS is someone else. So CPS is actually the Center for Postgraduate Studies, and I am with the CFS, that is the Center for Foundation Studies of IIUM. All right, so a brief CV of Prof. Dr. Ida. So Prof. Dr. Ida Madiha is now the Dean of the Center for Postgraduate Studies, yeah, and she obtained a PhD in laws, intellectual property from the University of London in 1995, and she also obtained her Master of Law from the University of Cambridge, United Kingdom in 1991. She is actually a proud alumni of IIUM, graduated in 1989 in Bachelor of Laws. Yeah, and Prof. Ida also has vast experience in administration, and not only in academic portfolio, but also in administration, where she was carrying the duty as the acting Deputy Rector Internationalization and Global Network of IIUM in April 2020, and she is also the professor in the Kuliah Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws since 2010 until present. She was also involved in the Office of the Deputy Rector, Responsible Research and Innovation as the Director, and the list goes on. And she started her career as the Assistant Lecturer in Ahmad Ibrahim of Kuliah of Laws as early as 1990. Yeah, so you can count how long, or you can count the period of Prof. Ida here in IIUM. Yeah, so it is now more than 30 years, yeah, Prof. So Alhamdulillah, it's good to have you with us today, this morning. And now we move on to our next panelist, who is Miss Alisa binti Ruzaidi. So Miss Alisa, a 21 years old girl, I would say a big girl, yeah, in a big town, in a big city. So Miss Alisa is actually doing Bachelor of Laws in the Kuliah of Ahmad Ibrahim, and she is holding a post of Head of Women Division of the Good Society in IIUM. So other than that, Miss Alisa also is the Design Director of Parley Women. Yeah, okay, of Parley Women, and NGO advocating for women representation in politics. Wow. Okay, and she's a member of Office of Secretariat for Anti-Sexual Harassment Policy in IIUM, an active volunteer under My Readers and NGO advocation for English literacy among school students, and a participant in My Policy Bootcamp in 2022 by our IRDP in the area of menstruation equity policy. Right. So as an introduction, addition to the introduction, she's a law student, leader, and activist advocating for women and children rights. It's a very young age of 21 years old. Her interest sparked from a desire to have a voice at the table and to have her opinions heard. Okay, Alisa witnessed gender discrimination at a very young age, and now as an adult, she dreams to make a change by empowering herself and other women and girls within her own capacity by joining NGOs and participating in various political events. So again, welcome on board, Alisa, and welcome everyone. Welcome all the panelists. Now let us now start the ball rolling. We are going to have 3 rounds of discussion. Yeah, and time given to us is 1 hour. Is it 1 hour? 1 hour, 20 minutes, 1 hour. 1 hour, 20 minutes. Yeah, time given to us 1 hour, 20 minutes. Okay, including question and answer. So we are going to have 3 rounds of discussion. Each panelist will be given a maximum of, okay, I would say each panelist will be given the minimum of 5 minutes and the maximum of 10 minutes, okay, to elaborate their thoughts and share with us. And again, to remind everyone, the topic that we are going to discuss is maximizing impact on gender equality in higher education. So looking at glance to the topic, gender equality is the key word. Yeah. So we are now on a platform discussing about women in higher education, discussing about gender equality, especially in higher education, in and through education itself. So we have listened to topics and issues on gender equality since yesterday, and we all know that gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world, as briefed by the United Nations in explaining the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG number 5, that is gender equality. So the SDG number 5 is further defined as providing women and girls with equal access to education, healthcare, decent work, and representation in political and economic decision-making processes, which will fuel sustainable economies and benefit societies and humanity at large, all right? And this is actually in line with the principles of gender equality in Islam. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created both men and women without subordination of one another. Okay, Islam has ensured gender equality and women's rights in every sphere in their life. Islam has guaranteed rights of men and women in an equal degree, and there is no discrimination between men and women. All right. Thus, our discussion will take off from here. Okay. For the first round, we will listen to each and every panelist on their views and opinion based on their experience and knowledge on gender equality in education. Yeah. So for the first round, since we have the thorn among the roses, the only Prof. Munizam. So Prof, I think you can now unmute your microphone and let us listen from you a brief on gender equality from the psychological perspective and how it affects the development of a nation. Prof, over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Sharizat. And very Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to fellow panelists, Professor Dr. Ida Madiha. And just a little bit of information. Basically, I'm also a graduate of IIUM back in 1995. I can still remember my student number, 9120337. And it is an honor for me to be invited by IIUM and UMS to be a speaker for this forum session. And when your alma mater calls, you answer. So here I am being asked to give my opinion from psychological perspective on women and issues on women and equality. All right. From the perspective of psychology, when trying to explain this phenomena, we have a term in psychology. We call it as functional fixedness. Now, what is functional fixedness? Functional fixedness is a cognitive bias, whereby when we look at a function, we look at a function as it is rather than looking at it thinking that it could function in other ways as well. So this is what we call as functional fixedness. For example, we talk about broom. Broom, normally you think about broom as is a device that you use to sweep floors. But at the same time, broom can also be other things. For example, it is a method of transportation, just as Harry Potter about that. So you have to think beyond that scope. Or for example, pen. I mean, who can imagine that a pen can be an inspirational song for somebody else? You know, pen, pineapple, apple, pen. So functional fixedness is about, for us, is about being able to think about an object or a person in more roles than what they are supposed to do. Like, in a traditional family, for example, the wife will do most of their house chores. Then assume that you work in a traditional family where the wife will do all the house chores starting from 5 o'clock until they start preparing for work. Then, assuming that you work in the same place with your wife, for example, yeah, just assume that you work at the same place with your wife, and you see that the wife is fatigued, and you are most likely than not, I will try to ease their burden or take some of it, or at least ask them to rest for a little bit. This is what a husband will normally do when their wife working together as in the same workplace. Now, what you can see is that you are viewing them as somebody else. You are viewing them as your wife. Then, assuming that you are a manager of a company, when you see men and women, you will treat them equally. You assume that they are a resource that you can make use of while you are working at a workplace to complete a job, regardless of their gender. So you think of them as equal. But we seldom consider, from psychological point of view, that the staff or the employee that you are working with is also a mother, a wife, or a daughter of someone. Because your functional fixedness think that they are only a resource. The same with the male co-worker. So this is why when it comes to perception at workplace, we are having a problem of looking. We think that we have to treat people equally. But at the same time, equally should also take into consideration about the roles beyond whatever they do at workplace, and think of them as a human being, also have a traditional role at home. So this is the problem with equality when it comes to working in any organization. Now, another important and equally important concept in psychology is what we call as a work-life balance. Work-life balance basically is a study of how people find the equilibrium between work and life. So can they manage their life and their work equally? The problem with work-life balance is that if you couldn't find the right balance, you concentrate more on personal life, or you concentrate more on work life, then you find that you are in a state of disequilibrium, whereby you are more likely to have problem with either one of them, either with personal life or work life. Now, the trick is to find the sweet spot between how you manage your personal life and your career. It is not easy. It is also found in research, yeah? Women are more likely to be affected with personal life issues than men. This is the study in psychology. Hence, they are more likely to have problem in achieving, as many people mention in literatures, the work-life balance equilibrium. Therefore, based on the numerous research in psychology, when we touch upon the satisfaction, especially among women, they are facing the duality of function. They are more under pressure than the male counterpart. Duality of function, whereby their work, they have their role at domestic level, at home, and they have their role at workplace. So they are in a, what I call it, I'm not sure, this is a legal term probably, double jeopardy, whereby they are being punished twice for the work they've been doing. Not really punished in a way that they're being punished, but they are being assessed. While the male counterparts are most likely being assessed at a job, so doing whatever they do in an organization, the female have more work hours if you consider what they do at home. Now, so the male employee, for example, might ask if there is an imbalance with the equilibrium between male and female. What does it got to do with us? I mean, if we are not happy, then it's their fault. We are happy doing our job. We are at a state of balance. Now, the answer to that is that a happy workplace will produce more. And studies have shown that happiness is like COVID. It can transmit through the air. So if you have a happy workplace as a team, then performance increase. But if one of the team members are not happy or having problem with finding the balance between work and life, and this is where the problem will start to manifest and faster. So the key in a good organization is to create a happy work environment whereby we consider all the issues, problems, obstacles, the challenges faced by women workforce in an organization. So I think basically that's my introduction for this part. Madam Shariza.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Yeah, I think my take is the last one. Happiness is just like COVID. It's airborne, actually. All right. So, well, thank you once again, Prof. We'll discuss further about the gender equality from psychological perspective later. But now let us listen to Prof. Dr. Ida and the question is, well, we've listened to Prof. Munizam just now talking about the duality of function, about women who actually having more tasks or double tasks compared to men and whatnot. But what is the perspective in law, so in the law perspective on all this? And so does law actually mandate the gender equality, especially now we're talking about education, just now we talk about workforce and whatnot, but it's actually, to me, almost the same. It's just that it's in the workforce and in education. And do you think that a legal framework is required to ensure enforcement of gender equality in education, in workforce, or whatever it is for all countries across the globe? Please, Prof. Ida.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to share my perspectives on this very important topic. I've been listening attentively for the past 2 days on many of the kupasan, I would call it, from different angles on gender equality. Now, I would like to deal with the question, enforcement of gender equality in terms of access to education, whether the law mandates access to education to ensure gender equality through education. Now, many countries across the globe has actually mandated education, either just the 6 years primary education, and some countries would even go to the extent of making it compulsory for kids, boys and girls, to attend education until secondary education. Now, this is important because it has sort of like transformed the brainwave of these boys and girls at their early stage. And this has opened up for girls to have access to education, with the exception of certain countries. Now, this legal mandation of education comes from a number of international treaties, right? The fact that right to education is a human right, and that manifests from UN Declaration of Human Rights, Article 2 and Article 23, UN Charter Articles 8 and 101, UN General Assembly Resolution 289. And there are many international initiatives to make this into fruition. And UNESCO as well has taken it a mandate, to monitor the status of the countries in terms of their legal frameworks on girls and women's education, and support national legal and policy reforms and sector plans to ensure girls and women's right to education. Now, we are just talking about access to education. That itself has changed the mindset of the children nowadays. And when they grow up, they will view men, boys and girls differently. Now, the reason why I emphasize the word boys and girls is because like one of the panelists this morning, Sharifah Shahira, I believe, were asking where are the boys. I'm also concerned about where are the boys. It's true, we want to have more women in a leadership position, but we also have to be concerned of the lack of boys in the current educational system. The reason being is that we ladies are very, fortunate to be in the system, fortunate to be having all this education and studying until the peak because of the support that we get from the men surrounding us. And if if we don't correct the problem of lack of numbers of boys in education, in tertiary education particularly, the next generation wouldn't have the benefit of having male support like we do. Now, coming back to legal education, not legal education, legal way of changing societal habit. Now, I'm a legal educationist. I always believe that if you want to change societal behavior, you have to do legal intervention. Many people have talked about policy interventions, right? But legal intervention is the quickest way and the most effective way to ensure that things happen the way you want it to be. The only thing is whether those legal mandates are sufficient enough to ensure that the boys and the girls stay in educational system. We've witnessed how during the COVID-19, many girls and many boys as well drop out from school. Many girls, at their upper secondary school, right, drop out from school because they get married, and many boys as well drop out from schools because they end up working. And I see this phenomenon very widely in remote areas in Kelantan, where I come from. And of course, it's the same problem in Sabah and Sarawak as well. So perhaps we should look at ensuring that these boys and girls stay in school until they finish schools, because we do have problem with dropouts. Now, gender equitable education is really important to help both, like I mentioned, girls and boys in school, and this in turn build prosperity for the entire countries. And across the globe, many countries have gone far in girls' education, except for certain parts of the world. And we can see, statistics of countries that has the worst record for educating girls. Now, my final point is, law alone is not sufficient. I'm a legal educationist. I'm being involved in many legal reforms. I sit on technical committees. We introduce many novel legal provisions, legal new norms, just to enforce societal behavior, to correct societal behavior. But we don't achieve the effect as we want it to be. Law does not stand on its own. Like Sharifah Shahira has mentioned this morning, there are many factors, the reason why there are not many women in leadership positions. Those factors have to be looked into as well. When you talk about access to education, for example, right, although the law has mandates primary education, and in some countries, even secondary education, but you cannot support them to stay in schools because of other reasons such as poverty, the fact that the family needs them to work and make money to just put food on the table. So law must be complemented with other measures, right? Other measures to ensure that we keep these boys and girls at school until the end. And that is very important if we really talk about access to education in this world. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Prof. Well, yeah, I can see that you mentioned about the dropout. Yeah, so it's actually quite upset to know that yeah, we have number of dropout, especially during the pandemic. Yeah, and we hope that we can do something on that one. And as far as I'm concerned, based on my readings, we found out that the the rate of dropout, especially in girls, are quite high compared to the boys. But yeah, the boys dropped out just to start working, whereas the girls drop out just to start marrying or getting married. But anyway, Prof will come back to you later, and let us now listen to Miss Elisa. So Elisa, thank you for being with us, yeah, once again. And well, being a young lady, yeah, so we take note that gender discrimination started from a very young age, yeah, as mentioned by Profida just now. Well, dropouts, all that, yeah, well, since secondary maybe, yeah. So through the perspective of a young woman or a young woman, how do you explain the importance of gender equality in the spectrum of youth? Please, Elisa.
All right. Assalamualaikum, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for having me on board to share my outlook and experience as a female student. First off, I completely agree that gender-based discrimination starts from a young age. At least that's how it was for me. During primary school, I witnessed multiple occasions where the teachers would favor boys better than girls. And at times, my voice as a child would be completely dismissed. And this subsequently caused me to be very timid as a child. But I was lucky enough to be sent to an all-girls school during my secondary education. There I was taught that girls too can lead, girls too can do anything and everything without the help of the opposite gender. And I thought to myself, why was I treated differently than the boys back in primary school? And I guess the answer to that is rather simple, right? The society's mindset is the issue here. Teachers had this discriminative notion that boys are smarter and more independent, unlike girls, which is in fact untrue, because from what I was taught in secondary school, if girls were given the opportunity and the medium to be the best version of themselves, they can. It's just a matter of whether or not you want to provide it for them. I carried these values within myself when I stepped into university, and these are the values which shaped me into the person I am today. So if people question why gender equality is so important for the youth, the simple answer I would give them is why not, right? Isn't equality a basic human right? Why should girls and women be treated differently to begin with? This is a basic human right, which is in fact recognized by the law and various international treaties. Take Article 8 of the Malaysian Federal Constitution, which guarantees gender equality. But of course, recently in the hot ongoing issue of citizenship, the AG Chamber made a statement that the word gender is invalid because it disrupts the basic features of the Constitution. But regardless, even if they wish to invalidate the word gender, I question what is the rationale behind that. Because I call that cherry picking, because it would seem like you are promoting and allowing for gender-based discrimination when it is a basic human right. Take a second and think of how other issues could arise as it stems from gender inequality. Like gender-based violence, for example, it primarily happens because men were taught and wired to think that they should exert dominance over women, no matter the extent or no matter the limitation. Because I personally wouldn't want to get into a marriage where I feel unsafe, hence why I advocate to dislodge the inequality at a very young age. And gender equality is not merely a youth issue. it involves a problem of intersectionality. It's when people's social identities can overlap, creating multi-level experiences of discrimination. For example, the discrimination faced by young Malay women might be different than the discrimination faced by a young Indian woman. I, as a 21 years old, might have different experience of discrimination than an adult woman aged 20. So if inequality is not dislodged now, it will be a cycle. And another reason why it's extremely important for the youth is for their own economic prosperity, especially when they have graduated from tertiary education. Like, sure, women may venture in any industries they wish to, but the issue is whether or not they actually can. Women employability might have affected by their social pressure or even gender stereotypes that the employer might have. 2 years ago, it was reported by the Department of Statistics Malaysia that only approximately 39% females were employed as compared to men. And the reason for such a low percentage is that women generally have lower employability because employers refuse to employ females due to the existing gender stereotypes, which are prejudicial to women. For example, employers think that it would be a hassle to hire women because there is a possibility that they might take up maternal leaves and might expect to still be paid during these leaves. And apart from that, we talk about society pressures where women to solely perform domestic roles, and consequently women themselves are convinced to not work and pursue their dreams. When we talk about duties like taking care of the children, doing house chores, cooking, we automatically think that, oh yeah, women should be doing those tasks and not men because men are the breadwinners of the family. There is a strong societal pressure on women to undertake these domestic roles and abandon their passion and dreams. And that's not how it should be. Imagine if gender discrimination was not an issue here. Malaysia would have progressed further when everyone, no matter their gender, is equally contributing and is given the opportunity to do so. And let's say even if women are employed, there is still an issue of gender wage gap. Despite the high credentials that they might have, they might be an equal or even better than their male counterparts, but they still will not get promoted. They will still not get paid equally. And it was reported that for 10 consecutive years, monthly salaries earned by males have consistently been higher than the females. And this does not make any sense to me because, truth be told, like Prof. Ida mentioned, there are more female students enrolling in universities as compared to men. And 2 years ago, the number of females who enrolled in public universities constituted 61% of the overall student enrollment. And when we talk about inequality, it's the issue of providing them with equal opportunities and acknowledging that women are also expected to carry domestic roles and not merely their duties at work. There have been multiple cases where female workers are discriminated against just because they are mothers, they are wives, just because the employers refuse to acknowledge this. As mentioned by Prof. Murnizam, it's important for employers to look beyond these working roles and acknowledge the struggles of these women. And because this gender discrimination has existed for a very long time at a young age, it becomes so embedded in the society. So why gender equality is important for the youth is because we don't want this to be a recurring cycle that never fails to negatively impact generation by generation. And that's why we wish for this to end now, so we don't have to suffer more in the future. I think that's my take on the question, Madam Sharizat.
All right. Well, it's interesting, yeah, Elisa. Well, thank you. I think when I listen to you and compiling from what I have heard from Prof. Munizam and Prof. Ida and you yourself, yeah, Prof. Munizam mentioned about the attitude of a manager that sees women as a resource, disregard the traditional role of the woman at home and things like that. So therefore, they always, they just, I would say, neglect the double function of a woman. Yeah. And then Elisa mentioned about this, the perspective of teachers, even in school, and most of the teachers are actually ladies, who actually look at the ability of boys, which is brighter than girls. Yeah, so that is also a traditional perspective. And Prof. Ida mentioned about school dropout, in which the rate of girls dropout is higher than boys, and most of the reason is that to get the girls marry early, and of course a girl must be trained to actually carry the traditional role more than the boys, so more than, you know, more than the boys. So being a mother is actually the main function of being a wife is actually the main function of a woman. So that's all about traditional perspective or traditional views and opinion about the role of women on this earth. Yeah. So let's now move on to our second what we call it round of the forum. So based on all these opinions, and also views from three of you, let us now focus on the what we call it, the role or the position of women specifically in higher education. Yeah. So, but now I think we would like to start with Prof. Ida. Prof. Yeah. So comparing the data of female students, you mentioned about that just now, right? You mentioned about the number of female students are actually higher than the male students in the university. Kan? So comparing the data of female students and women leaders in the higher learning education, we can see a huge loophole there. We know that there are more female students than male in many universities, but women leader statistics are still very low. And how do you see the situation in your own perspective, being one of the leader in the university? Yeah. So what are the factors you think could be the variable that determines the involvement of ladies in the university management? And does the perspective or does the statistic of female students and women leaders in higher learning institution depicts any significant impact? Please, Prof.
Let me just start by saying that we girls are very lucky to be Malaysians, because Malaysians have changed their mindset many, many decades ago, and we are the result of that change of mindset. I remember when I first reached Cambridge, I just had a baby. It was after confinement, and I had my mother, you know, coming with me and my husband coming with me to support my study. And I have the first question that my professor asked me is that must be difficult for a woman to travel overseas and continue education. And I said, no, you have to come to Malaysia. You can see that we've done a lot in terms of gender equality. And in fact, the truth is, like I mentioned earlier, there are girls surpasses boys in classrooms, not only in public tertiary education, but also private tertiary education. Now, in terms of education, we have no problem, you know, equality in terms of access to education. But like I mentioned, you have to look at it in a more global perspective or wholesome perspective. The factors that Sharifah Shahira mentioned are actually real problems. And I remember listening to Prof. Asma, the advice she gave is that, you know, you have to scout for the right husband, scout for the right husband. But not every woman has that opportunities. You know, once you leave university, you have to start life, you have to start your work, and you have to start, sometimes you start your family. You know, sometimes you start many things at the same time. So you need to have a lot of support, not only in terms of your family members, but also from, you know, the whole ecosystem, peer support, your friends, your colleagues, who at the same time were struggling with family, you know, raising family as well as work, you know, just trying to get things through. And as a result, you know, once their children are grown, you know, because of all their hard effort, they stay away from institutional leadership. Now, I've heard this distinction between academic leadership and institutional leadership. while we ladies don't have a problem in making our mark as far as our subject is concerned, our area is concerned, because we are trained to be good scholars and we want to leave impact as a scholar. So many of the lady professors that I know work very hard to be good researcher, good writers, authors, because they want the students to study the area, the course from a textbook writer. So balancing research and family is a lot easier. But once you put administration into it, that somehow topples, the balance. Because whether you like it or not, when it comes to institutional leadership, you have to put in the time, the headache, and we already have enough headache managing our household. We don't want additional headache managing our office. Although we are good managers because we are able to manage our household, right? We manage our children, we manage our husband, we organize, birthdays, we organize vacations, and you come to an office and you hold administrative position, you have to organize the whole unit. If the unit is small, like CPS, it's easier to manage. But if you are in charge of the university, then of course it's a big agenda. So whether you like it or not, most of these highly educated women, they want a choice. And by choice, they stay away from institutional leadership, not because of the glass ceiling, for educational sector. There may be glass ceiling in the industry, but for the educational sector, there is no glass ceiling. And in terms of promotion as well, the criteria is the same. But they don't see the motivation to hold institutional leadership, not because of lack of ambition, not because of imposter syndrome. I was listening attentively to all these theories, but because, by choice, they stay away from it. They say, enough, we've struggled so much, struggling with family, children, raising them, and we've achieved, stability in terms of our profession. So now we want to relax and enjoy our family, because whether you like it or not, administrative work requires a lot of sacrifice in terms of time, effort, and of course thinking. And we don't want to have more, white hairs holding up institutional leadership. So I don't quite agree when people say, if you want to be successful like men, you have to behave like men. I don't agree at all. When it comes to intellectual work, men and women are at par. It's just that women have too much on their plate. Especially when they have to raise children in the early stages of their career. And then once they become stable already, they don't want to take up an additional burden to their head and to an additional headache as well. But as far as institutional leadership, because we have so many already. In UIA, we were very lucky to have our first female rector, right? Datuk Sri Dr. Zaliha Kamarudin. And we've had 2 deputy rectors as well, Prof. Rahma and Prof. Farida. So I wouldn't agree if you say that, we don't have women holding institutional leadership. There are, and I always believe that there are 2 main criteria for you to take up a position, ability and willingness. And as far as ability is concerned, the women have same ability as the men. The second thing is willingness. Some women are willing to shoulder bigger responsibility by holding top position in institutional position, right? But some women, they just, after a long time, they just want to sit back and enjoy their life because they've been missing out life for many, many years at the early stage of their career. I hope I have answered the question.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Well, yeah, I agree with you. Very much agree with you. In education, actually, there is no glass ceiling. Yes, because even as a mother, we are actually an educator. We are actually a teacher for at least to our children. Yeah. So I think being a woman, as far as I'm concerned, from a readings, I just quote one unanimous quote, about a strong woman. it mentioned that a strong woman knows she has strength enough for the journey. Yeah, whatever it is, we know that we have many, or we have plenty on our plates, but a woman of strength, actually we are, knows it is in the journey where she will become strong. Yeah, inshallah. So thank you very much, Prof. We'll get back to you later. Now this is the time for Miss Elisa. Elisa. So actually, just to share with you, Elisa, my eldest is also Elisa. So that's why when I called you, I feel like calling my eldest. All right, so Elisa, referring to the impact of gender equality in the higher learning institution, yes, mentioned by Prof just now, we talk about, ladies in the higher institution. How do you define the role of female students leader? Okay, and yeah, it is not only the administrators, but we do have female students leader. And do you think that those girls will be able to reflect the impact of gender equality in the higher learning institution in the community? Please, Elisa.
Thank you, Madam Sharizat. So talking about female leadership, I think it's a very wide spectrum, kan? I don't think it's quite necessary to put a particular standard as to what kind of position would constitute being a female leader. We don't have to go beyond our own capacity. Like if someone were to tell you, you want to be a leader, go ahead and join politics. Go run for, the presidential seat in the student union. No, please don't listen to them. I think being a leader is when you are in a position to decide for the team. It's when you're capable of setting the direction and inspiring those who work with you. I would say that it's better to start small within your own capacity when you decide to lead a group assignment, right? For example, I call that being a leader. You just need to keep doing this and eventually you'll be more comfortable to, step up and lead the team. But if you do have the passion to join the student union or clubs, societies or NGOs, go ahead. It will not only look good on your portfolio, but it will definitely expand your leadership skills, your knowledge, as well as your experience. Like I mentioned earlier, as a child, I was rather timid. The second someone looked at me or tried to depend on me to make the decision for the team, I would run for the hills. I was so scared to lead. Why? I don't know. Perhaps I was scared to make mistakes and scared I would be blamed for making, the wrong decision. But as I grew up, I realized that it's all about being a team player. Even though you're the boss, when you make a decision, make sure it is an informed one. Make sure that the voices of each team member are heard by you. I still have a lot to learn despite holding multiple leadership positions, but what I can confidently say is that it does shape me into a better person. When I was given equal opportunity in the good society, I felt seen and appreciated. And until today, I am extremely, extremely thankful to those who saw potential in me because honestly, that made me more confident as a person. So to answer your question on whether or not gender equality in higher academic institutions can be reflected by us in the community, the answer is a simple yes. Without the experience, without the confidence, the acknowledgement within the institution that is the closest to you, since that is the place that you are seeking knowledge from, you might not be able to step outside and lead for the betterment of the community. Because truth be told, a community is a larger skill as compared to, leading a group assignment or a club. Like I said, women can lead if they are able to, be given the opportunity to do so. If within the classroom itself, we make it a norm for female students to speak up equally as male students and to give equal opportunities to both genders, you will create graduates that are not merely academically bright, but also leaders from both genders. It's extremely problematic for teachers or lecturers to deliberately dismiss opinions from students just because they are females. I have experienced this firsthand and it is not a good feeling when my answer got turned down, but later when a male classmate answered the same thing, he was applauded for it. And this basically made me feel like I should never speak up in class again. You would be surprised at how much your support and your encouragement to female students can impact and be reflected in the community by them. And before this, I never thought that I would be the one to go out there and volunteer for the community, although I knew I cared. But now I see myself doing that, and it even surprised me. I volunteered to help with English illiteracy among school students, joined political programs to further educate myself, and became an advocate in an NGO. These are the things beyond my own expectations, but I did it anyway because what pushed me was the fact that I felt empowered within IIUM itself. So young girls and young women need to be taught and encouraged to be confident, especially by those they seek knowledge from, Where else would they learn all of this other than the schools and the universities? Because these are the places where their skills can be sharpened and their self-esteem can be built. Otherwise, they would step into adulthood and the workforce expecting to be discriminated against, and eventually they would simply hide and not bother to fight against the toxic patriarchy, and they will not bother to defend themselves. So my advice is, please, if you can, if you are the stakeholder of any academic institutions at any levels, if you are the teachers, you're the lecturers, give equal opportunity for female students to speak up, because the result from that will be impeccable. I hope that answers your question, Madam Sharizad.
Great, Elisa. My take from what you mentioned, the one that I think I would, I really actually, how to say it? I'm impressed. Yeah, I'm impressed of, when you mentioned about experience and confidence. Yes, you showed it to us. It depicts in every words you uttered, every the way how you actually express. Yeah, you are still very young, but when you mention about experience, experience does not mean that we need to be old to have the experience. Yeah, so yes, Elisa, thank you very much, and we'll get back to you afterwards. And yes, Prof. Munizam, so how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine so far, so good.
Okay, good. Okay, now, so being a man, and a leader in a university, is gender equality an important issue in the university? And what is your suggestion to actually maximize impact of gender equality in higher education? And this time, we just don't talk about, we just don't talk about the position of the administrator or the position of the academician or the staff, but why don't we maybe talk about the position of the students, female students leaders as well? Please, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm quite lucky in a way that I've been involved in quite a number of interviews, roping in or recruiting lecturers at my university. First of all, I can assuredly tell you that when it comes to recruitment, gender is the last thing in our mind. Why? Because for us, we are looking at the capability of someone to do the job. We need to make sure that that particular lecturer is capable in educating our younger generation, the students. So, and they are a potential prolific writer that could assist us in, producing journals. So, for example, Miss Alicia, if you are a psychology student and you apply for a post of lecturer, I would hire you immediately, because I'm looking at the confidence, I'm looking at the articulation. I don't look at whether you are male or female, because for us, I don't really consider myself as very old, but we look at you as a new generation, someone that we can assist and how we can help you to achieve your potential. That is the mentality at the university. I think you mentioned about the gap in salary, but that is not the case in any government department, because basically there's a scale for that. So regardless whether you're male or female, you'll get the same salary. And but I totally agree with Prof. Ida, what she mentioned about women in leadership position. I give you a small example, a short example. For example, we have 10 women leader in middle middle position at the faculty out of 14 available position. Yeah. Now, when it comes to position at university, they don't talk about it as a position of leadership. It is a position of responsibility, not a position of leadership, because you have to manage a lot of brilliant lecturers at the faculty, and you need to have the skills, and that skill does not belong to women or men, but it belongs to, for us, we are talking about the EQ, the emotional quotient. You need to have the intelligence, and there is no limit to intelligence. There is no difference between a male and female. I've not seen any research in psychology stating that the male are cleverer than female or more intelligent than female. But as she said, sometimes there are times when you decided that it's enough for me. I've been managing people. I've been managing my kids at home. Now I'll be managing the young, the adults in the university. So it is not an issue of gender for me. I believe it's not an issue of gender. It's an issue of whether you have the will to move, to go up the ladder in an administration post at university. And if you think that enough is enough, the good thing about a university, you can always relinquish your position and become a lecturer, which is for some people it is more preferable, because promotion is not based on the in university. Promotion is not based on how long you're holding a certain post, but a number of papers that you publish. So that is the priority of a lecturer. Now, when it comes to student, for me as an educator, I don't look at a student, or he's male, he's female. We should give him more opportunity. We are looking at them as a whole. Like your children, yeah? You can have very smart children, not so smart children, children who are capable in doing something else. Intelligence is varied. You got someone who's good in maths or probably in language. So you cannot treat them the same. Based on what you have, as an educator, based on your skills as an educator, how can you extract their skills, and we need to shape them to be someone else, to be a better person. So that is our aim as an educator. We don't distinguish between our son and our daughter. The same thing, we don't distinguish between the lecturers, female lecturers and male lecturers. I believe that when it comes to discrimination, it is not an issue of whether, it is more of an individual issue rather than being male or female. You got a very good female leader who can discriminate male and female, or you can have a very good leader who, for example, a male leader who will not discriminate between staff. So for me, it is the individual bias that is the problem, not the gender. Bias happen anyway, race, religion, all sorts of things. So for me, as an educator, you should not do that. So should we encourage women leader? Oh, of course, at student level, we agree on that. In fact, for me, leadership is something that you have to nurture. Yeah. So if you say, should we encourage a women leader? Yes, I agree. But if you ask me, should I encourage male leader? I will say the same thing. We should encourage both. There is no discrimination. Of course, what we are afraid of, what we should be scared of, is that there's a term in psychology, what we call as fundamental attribution error. When the fault lies, when we do something and you fail, you are more likely to attribute it to other factor, outside factor. So if you fail an interview, or because I'm a female, do not do that. It is a defeatist mentality. But if in a fundamental attribution error, if you are successful in doing something, you are successful, then you attribute it to yourself. So this we have to guard against. Okay, so my suggestion, Madam Sharizad, how are we going to improve the issue of gender equality? lately, I think a few weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, there's been a suggestion of a 4 weeks work instead of 5 days, 5 days a week. They suggested 4 days a week. Why not? Instead of looking at 4 days a week, we can, for example, the good thing about the university, I'm not sure, I think UIA is under Companies Act, Prof. Ida, and UMS is under statutory body. We're talking about 4 days a week. Why not you give 4 days a week for mother, and 1 day we allow them to work from home. Yeah. So instead of a clear 4 days a week job, 4 days working in the office, and then 1 day they can work at home, so they can, I mean, equally manage whatever at home and in the office. I don't think this is a far-fetched suggestion, because during MCO, work still can be done. So there's no issue with that. Oh yeah, before, when I say this, I am very sure my colleague at the faculty, they'll be jumping with joy, thinking that, yes, they didn't allow us to work 4 days a week. Not so fast. You can hold to your horses, but this is something that we can suggest to the university. I cannot give that permission, yeah? So whatever WhatsApp group that I don't belong in, stop it. But we can do this. We can do this. I think this is a good suggestion to allow mothers to spend more time with their children at home, and allow, I mean, it's a good advantage even for the husband. So that is my suggestion, Madam Shariza.
Right. Okay. Well, interesting, Prof. But the good thing is you're pulling the leg of your staff. Yeah? in the first place, I was like, wow, 4 days a week and a day of working from home.
Correct.
So it's going to be Friday and Monday always. So we're going to have a very long weekend then. Okay. So, Prof, from what you mentioned, I would say that you are more concerned of actually the attitude change of the people around us, yeah? Not only men, but also the woman itself. Yeah, so you mentioned about, you know, well, it's not the issue of gender, you mentioned. It is all about your will to climb out the ladder. And of course, we need to have a support from people around us, and especially, of course, male leader to put or to make the path for success for a woman. Yeah, to success for a woman. Right. So that is from. Excuse me. So that's from Prof. Munizam, and it seems that we have done with 2 rounds of 2 rounds of our forum, the first round and the second round. But I think I would like to just check on the chat box if we have, you know, what we call it, opinion, or if not questions, maybe we have views or opinions on the issue. Then before we go to, okay, do we have any? Because before we go to the last round, that is a conclusion round by each and every panelist. So, okay. That is what? That is the YouTube. That the YouTube also. So where are the rest? Can I see who's on the platform now? So I always like to do so. As a mother, we will have to call our children to do their part, to do their job. So let us check on. So all these are actually the committee members. Participant. We need to look at the participant. So participants, where are you? There you go. We have 67 number of participants. So why don't you get this opportunity to maybe just get your opinion heard, participants? Anyone have anything to say? We can allow you. We can just unmute your and even unmute your microphone. So let me see who's on the line. So we have Tansri, are you there? Just to maybe there you go. Okay,
yes, I'm here. What do you want me to do, Sharizad?
You have anything to say? Because to me, this is quite interesting, especially when we discuss about the equality in education, talking about not only women, but also we have our young lady here. So
Yeah, I tend to agree with the last speaker, and that's why in our university, when we talk about humanizing education, humanizing education, gender is important, but I think the human dimension is more important. I think in many ways we are very biased. Let me put it in the context. We have got the transgender that we have not even talked about. We always talk about male and female. What about the in-betweens? I think they have got a lot more problems. But what about their future? What about their career? I mean, the thing that concerns us as a male and female concerns them at the same time. And I never hear anybody talk about them. Are they not human beings at the same time? They are human beings at the same time. Yeah, in fact, they are more they're half men, half women. I'm not too sure how this transgender thing. But these are issues that I think the moment we lose the perspective of humanity, then I think somebody talked about body yesterday. I like that discussion. You become very much focused on the physical dimension. So my little think about this transgender, because they look like a female, then they are ostracized almost anywhere and everywhere. So I think these are issues where we want to go back to the very basic of being human. And then from there we will draft our perspective in the right sense. I thought I will talk about this at the end of the summary at about 3 o'clock. But since you pushed me to the brim, so I'll just talk about this a little bit more. Yeah. Okay, so far the discussion has been very enriching. So I'm glad we have this. Thank you very much.
All right. Maybe you can just elaborate later. Yeah. In
the
afternoon in the resolution session. Okay, so well, we have another maybe 15 minutes before we actually close or we end our PM session, our AM session today. So before we really get to the end of our discussion, can we have a round of summary or conclusion from each and every speakers or panelists? Yeah? So let us invite Ms. Alisa to wrap up your whatever opinions and views on the topic we're discussing this morning.
Thank you, Madam Sharizad. I think my opinions wouldn't be too lengthy. From a student perspective, I think to dislodge gender equality, it's definitely not a one-man job. It's a huge spectrum, right? As it also includes the issue of intersectionality. So merely conducting programs to empower female students, I don't think it is sufficient. Sure, you can talk and convince the students to be more confident with themselves and try to persuade them to lead. But what's important is for you to provide an actual platform for them to apply and practice these values. Because I think these are what the students are afraid of. When you talk about willingness, my whole life, I have been surrounded by women who are more than willing to take up leadership positions. What they fear of is being dismissed, especially in a male-dominated area that they might dream to venture into. So I think different stakeholders must work together. The student union, university clubs, and societies can organize these programs or workshops to empower female students and to educate both genders on this issue. But at the end of the day, the stakeholders need to create a conducive environment for them to be the best version of themselves, allow them to speak up, allow them to hold positions of power and acknowledge their voices, regardless of their gender. That is how gender equality can be maximized in higher academic institutions. And I think it's also extremely important for the educators themselves to remove any discriminative mindset or stereotypes that they might have. You need to do this first, then only you can re-educate the students on gender equality. It's indeed very good that Prof. Murdizam looked at one's credentials and not their gender, but the sad truth is that not everyone thinks that way. So that is what we want to change. When you carry the importance of equality in the classroom, the students will grow up with the change mindset, and that is how the society can be changed from the ground up. And as mentioned by Prof. Ida, the law does not stand on its own. Each factor of discrimination and why most women are reluctant or like not in leadership position must be looked into so that we can solve the very root cause of the problem itself. That's all for me, Madam Sharizat.
Thank you, Alisa. What about you, Prof?
Yeah, my take on this is simple. For me, we need to strike a balance. Like Prof. Ida mentioned much earlier in the first session. In our case, for example, psychology, we got an overwhelming number of women or female students in class, to the point whereby we have like probably around 20% male students in the class. So what we are looking at is to strike a balance. If we think that there's one group that has been disadvantaged or not been given proper consideration or concern by the lecturers, we try to balance them. And yeah, there will be time when gender equality will no longer be discussion, but how to improve each and every skills that this gender. Sometimes people, I mean, for example, female have certain qualities or certain capabilities that they can improve. So why not we improve on that? And like in Malay, rambut sama hitam, hati lain-lain. So basically, it's the same with personality. Different people have different personality, and how are you? The task for as an educator for us is how to enhance their ability. So when they leave the university after 3 years, they can show the maturity that is needed in order for them to contribute to the nation of the country. So that's a simple one.
Thank you, Prof. Munizam. And last but not least, Prof. Ida.
Now let's have a look at the purpose of education. The purpose of education is actually to achieve social transformation beyond classroom. In reality, the whole learning experience of a student is also affected by real-world societal events. Right. This may not be directly related to the education institution, but would still have prolonged consequences to the people. So when we talk about gender balance, right, we have to be careful with interventions that we are rolling out. We have done the legal interventions. We have done quite a lot of policy interventions to ensure that girls will be able to, hone their achievement and their potential, to the highest. Now, being in education for 30 years, right? 30 years. When I was in my undergraduate days, you can see the girls sitting at the corner. Right now, I see the boys sitting at the corner. So we also have to be worried about that, this so-called gender imbalance. And I can see, and Miss Alisa demonstrate that as well. There are a lot of intelligent girls, very articulate, very visionary, and smooth talker. And you can see they are also go-getters. But we also have to polish the boys, because we also want the boys to perform equally well. In this pursuit of achieving gender equality, we must not lose sight of the boys, right? Because, in 30 years' time, you will feel the consequence, right? I'm the result of 30 years or decades of policy interventions in terms of gender equality, in terms of access to education, right? But if we don't roll out anything now, in 30 years' time, the change the reverse will be quite detrimental to the society. The girls have achieved so much. In fact, if you look at the class, all the perfect A's are actually the girls. Those who did IB as well, those who scored perfect score are actually the girls. They're very intelligent, and we need to sharpen their leadership. And at the same time, we must not lose sight of the boys. So education must play that transformational role, not only in the classroom, but we have to think of beyond the classroom. We have to think of the effect in the society later. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Prof. Ida. Well, it seems that we are finally at the end of our second forum session for the international webinar on women in higher education women. Let me read it through again. Yeah, women in higher education, gender equality in and through education. All right. So, well, Alhamdulillah, it is now 12:06 p.m. local time, and we shall stop here. And Alhamdulillah, we have a very, I would say, a great discussion, very insightful and inspiring discussion. Especially our many thanks goes to all the panelists, especially Professor Dr. Munizam, being the only thorn among the roses, and most experienced Professor Dr. Ida Madiha from IIUM, and also Miss Elisa Rozaidi. So inshallah, you go girl. We pray for your success. Yeah. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the great masters are great mentors. Yeah. Making an impact critically involves stopping ignoring our world's problem and making your even small contribution, like mentioned by Elisa just now. It's all about experience, even though that she's still young, yeah, towards a better future, regardless of gender, male or female. And in fact, to add on, like mentioned by Tan Sri, also those transgender as well. It means to do your part in supporting initiative which offer solution to pressing problems in your life. And this relates to what Prof. Munizam mentioned about an issue of the support system around you to make sure everyone is actually achieving the success. All right, so I think it's all about it for today. Thank you once again to Prof. Munizam, Prof. Dr. Ida Madiha, and Miss Alisa. I now pass back the platform to our MC, Miss Feria. Back to you.
Thank you, Madam Sharizad, the moderator for our forum this session, with 3 invited panelists touching on the topic maximizing impact on gender equality in higher education. Once again, thank you to all our panelists, and thank you to our moderator, Madam Sharizad. Well, time to take a break now. Don't forget to come back for our afternoon session, which will be the final session in this 2-day international seminar. As mentioned earlier, the afternoon session will cover one more forum with a list of distinguished panelists and a talk before we have the resolution and the closing remark. So stay with us. Meantime, I'd like to thank you for being with us since the start of the seminar this morning. We hope to have you again this afternoon. Till then, take care and stay safe. Thank you. I'm Feria, signing off.
like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah iaitu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible the nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for all mankind.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk dua penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. Dua anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pensyarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah iaitu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
are a place of accomplishments.
Recognize Islamic finance.
From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk dua penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. Dua anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah iaitu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIEM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pensyarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk dua penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. Dua anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for mankind.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka. Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk dua penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. Dua anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agenda such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk dua penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. Dua anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown Antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond. And I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
We make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world, for all mankind.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond. And I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects. Through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan UIAM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia UIAM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk dua penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. Dua anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah iaitu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the G's of transformation that we are trying to do.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are coming to the final part of our second day program, the Women in Higher Education, Gender Equity in and Through Education. So far, we have 7 talks and forums discussing gender equity and women issues in higher education. We are going to continue the webinar with another 1 forum and a talk session, a resolution presentation, and closing remark afterwards. Well, let us now get to the business. It is now 2:50 p.m. local time, and the next forum session will discuss on the topic, the world need more female leaders, which will be handled by Associate Professor Dr. Fifi Hasnidah Saikin, Deputy Director Strategic, Center for Strategic Management and Corporate Communication, UMS, as the moderator. But before I pass the platform to Associate Professor Dr. Fifi, let me just read through her very, very brief biography. But it seems that I need to have some time to read through. All right, so Associate Professor Dr. Fifi Hasnidah Saikin holds a Bachelor in Science with distinction in Aquatic Resources Science Management from University Malaysia Sarawak, UNIMAS, and Master in Science Nature Tourism from University Malaysia Sabah, UMS, Malaysia. and she holds a PhD in Tourism, College of Business, Law and Governance, James Cook University, JCU, Cairns, Northern Queensland, Australia. She is an associate professor at the Institute for Tropical Biology and Conservation, University Malaysia Sabah, UMS. Her expertise is in community development, park and protected area conservation, and ecotourism studies. Her research interest is in wildlife, tourism, responsible tourism as a tool for biodiversity conservation and sustainable society. Today, her research interests have expanded to include human-wildlife conflict, environmental education, nature-based tourism product development, the Satoyama landscape, community-based conservation and tourism, entomological ecotourism, and community empowerment. She believes that integrated approaches lead to successful and more effective biodiversity conservation. She was awarded the title of Fellow of Royal Institution of Tourism Singapore, FRIT, by the Royal Institution of Singapore in 2017 for her remarkable work in Kampung Tudan, Kiulu, Sabah. Her project in Kampung Tudan has adopted the Satoyama Landscape Initiatives, which uses mulberry plants as the main source of livelihood for the community. The project won nationally and represented Malaysia at the Enactus World Championship in London, winning 3rd place in the opening round of the 2017 championship. She is currently the Deputy Director Strategic at the Center for Strategic Management and Corporate Communication, UMS. Ladies and gentlemen, Associate Professor Dr. Fifi will now be with you. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Madam MC. Quite a long, introduction of myself. So sorry for that. It took about more than 5 minutes. Thank you so much, Madam MC. So welcome back to our next sessions. That will be the last sessions for today. And we will talk about and discussing about the world needs more female leaders. Do we need more female leaders, or we can think about it, so during the discussion. So today, together with me, I have 3 distinguished panels. That is, they are very famous. They are very, elaborate in terms of their expertise. So I will introduce them. The first panel is Professor Dr. Rosita Shafawi. She's currently the Dean of Center for Postgraduate Studies of University Malaysia Sabah. Prior to this, she was the Director of Borneo Marine Research Institute, UMS, from 2014 until 2019. She holds a PhD in aquaculture from University Malaysia Sabah, Master of Applied Science in Aquaculture from University of Tasmania, Australia, and Bachelor of Science Honours in Fishery Science Aquaculture from University Putra, Malaysia. She is also a visiting professor at Kindai University, Japan, and Brawijaya University, Indonesia. Rosita has published more than 100 journals, articles, and books on subjects related to sustainable aquaculture. Her research focuses include nutrition of aquatic organisms, aquafeed development and technology, evaluations of alternative aquafeed ingredients, seaweed farming, and seahorse conservation and culture. In 2021, Rosita was a recipient of the 100 Inspirational Women at Sabah State level. So, ladies and gentlemen, we don't need to elaborate more. She is one of the recipients of the 100 Inspirational Women. So she is herself a leader. No, she's what can say that the most important person besides other two panelists for today's discussions. Either we would like to have more female or not in this as a leaders in this world. So our second panel is Madam Zalifa Shahdan. She's currently holding a post as Deputy Director in Finance of University Malaysia Sabah, Center of External Educations, or PLUMS, we call it PLUMS or PLUMS, okay, starting January 2022. She's in charge of the center's financial sustainability, creating and promoting new programs. She's also in the rebranding team of the center new image as income generation powerhouse for the university. She holds a Bachelor of Accountancy with honors from University Utara Malaysia, Singtok Kedah. She believes no idea is bad idea. I truly believe that too. She upholds teamwork at its highest. And now we have our third panel. I think everyone knows him very well. He's quite famous all-rounder, whether in social media or any platform. He's very famous. I think we can nickname him the most available bachelor itu. Okay, so we have Associate Professor TS Dr. Ramza Dambu together with us today. Okay, Dr. Ramza is the Executive Director of the Institute of Development Studies Sabah, IDS, since March 1st, 2022. He's also the Chairman of the Technical Committee for Research and Innovation at Sabah Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations, KSTI Sabah. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree from University Malaya in Physical Geography, a Master of Arts degree from University Kebangsaan Malaysia in Geographical Thoughts, and a PhD from the University of East Anglia in Atmospheric Science. In addition to his academic works in the form of books and journal articles, he's also written non-academic works, including general articles, literary criticism, and creative writing, especially in the field of poetry. See, I told you he is famous. He's well known among those in the poetry field. He has 3 academic books published, especially in the, by UMS, 3 poetry books published by the Malaysian Institute of Translation and Books, ITBM, and a general book titled Bukan Travelog Haji di Bumi Anbiar, published by the independent publisher Studio Anai-Anai in conjunction with the Kuala Lumpur International Book Fair in 2017. Now, we have a very, very interesting panel together with us this afternoon. So I hope everyone will stay with me for a few minutes to discuss about our topics. Do we need more women as leaders? Okay, the first questions I would like to ask. Among the 100 inspirational women, Professor Dr. Rosita. Okay, when you began your career many years ago, did you ever imagine that you would have a leadership role in this profession?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for this opportunity to be part of this important seminar. Thank you, Dr. Fifi. I joined the university, UMS, as a tutor 23 years ago, and I remember channeling my whole energy and focus into completing my master degree and also then PhD at that time. So not so much thought on seeing myself as a leader at that time, especially at higher ranking. But in between that period, I was also exposed to different kind of leadership at different levels. I remember serving as coordinator for industrial training, assistant fish hatchery manager, and then head of aquaculture programs. So I really believe that this kind of exposure and having supportive and conducive environment, working environment is one of the key factors in nurturing young female talents.
Thank you, Prof. That is quite enlightening, but I would like to know more about that. What motivated you to step up and become a leader in the organization itself? Because you started humbly as a tutor, then suddenly become, among the 100 inspirational women. So it can be concluded as you are one of the leaders in UMS. So what motivated you?
I would say I am lucky to have a good mentor with me, happened to be a male figure. He taught me about running my own race so that I don't have to worry about competition. He always emphasized on the importance of leading by example, which I myself believe in. I think it's very important for a leader to model the behavior that they want to see in their team. So consequently, I think by having this value, you will be able to create the culture of accountability in your unit or organization. Having said about mentoring, I think this is what we are lacking in our effort to empower women into leadership. Women in general require assistance, in taking the first step and overcoming the habits that have been holding them back. Since we are young, gender norms or rules tell us what is appropriate for girls, what is not, same thing for boys. Therefore, I think the role of female mentor is critical in the process of women participation in leadership. I still remember yesterday, it was very interesting to hear from Prof. Rose. She mentioned about, women's response or reaction whenever there is a vacant leader position advertised, for example. She said women will never bother to apply for this kind of opening unless, being pushed or encouraged by someone at higher authority that, acknowledge her ability. I definitely can relate to this. So what I'm trying to say is one of the most significant barriers to women participation in leadership is because they hold themselves back due to this kind of issue. That is why we need more leadership programs and establish networking dedicated for females, especially to cultivate a relationship with mentors and learning from their experience and building confidence. And personally, as a woman, I think I will be more comfortable sharing my thought with the same gender. And women has proven to have a wide range of leadership qualities, We are more empathetic than men. And of course, we very much value the balance between work and personal life, which make, I think, good mentors. And I truly believe that women should empower each other. That's all for now, Dr. Fifi. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. It was very enlightening that, yes, we do have our own, what we call it, powers, we can actually communicate among ourselves and we can learn from each other. There are challenges. I do believe there are challenges, but we can definitely can overcome the challenges. Okay, so Madam Zalifa, I would like to ask you about the current status of women's involvement in leaderships. It is good enough, or what do you think? We have enough women as leaders in the organizations? What do you think?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Fifi. First and foremost, I would like to thank the host for the invitation to be part of this 2 days awesome event. And honestly, I feel very honored today, seated together with my fellow colleagues, which is Prof. Rosita, Dr. Fifi, and Dr. Ramza himself, even though this is only a virtual platform. And as you know, I am Zalifa Shadan. I am an accountant by profession. I am never near an academic or research expert, especially on today's topics, but I am more than glad to share my point of view based on my background and my past experience as the bursar of UMS for 7 years, being a leader, a representative in the board of directors and the top management for University Malaysia Sabah. So back to the question by Dr. Fifi just now. Even though the gender equality has been addressed 27 years ago in the Beijing platform for action during the UN Fourth World Conference on Women, we are far from realizing the promises made actually. Women in power and decision-making is one of the critical area concern in the platform itself. And even though it is becoming more common to see nowadays that a lot of female holding leadership position, but the numbers around the globe are still very limited and no country has yet finished this agenda. So I think in this sense, we are not there yet. Do we have enough? No, we don't have enough yet. But let us look no further than our own backyard. So I would like to take some examples from the public university scenario itself. We have 20 universities, but we have only 2 female VC or rector at this moment. And we have only 6 women bursar or the treasurer, and we have only 4 women registrar, okay, out of 20 public university. And in UMS, I need to say this, we have only 1 female dean out of 12 faculties and only 10 female head of department out of 38 head of department. There is no women representation at the top management of the university. And I believe this is not only happening in my university in UMS, it is also happening elsewhere. So when we look at this, where is the woman? Where are all the women? Because this morning we say, I remember Madam Firia said and asked the panel, where are all the boys? So where are all the women? Are they not good enough in this sense? And this was also mentioned yesterday by one of the panelists, if I'm not mistaken, it is Prof. Rosalinda, I think, in the afternoon forum. She said that there is no mention about the importance of gender equality or women empowerment in any of the playbooks written for us or made for us by the ministry. So when we look at this, actually, I believe there are things going on now, for example, like what Dr. Sharifa Shahira shared with us this morning. There are policies being made and then there are research being made to make sure that this agenda is being addressed. But when we look at, I present just now is what we see that lacking of the gender equality policy and all that. But when we look at UNIMAS, we will see something different. Because why? UNIMAS has defied the odds. Because they excel in the SDG 5. Why I say this? Because they made headlines by becoming the first in Malaysia for gender equality. This was published in Borneo Post, dated 24th April last year. They also ranked 28 in the world, and previously, the year before that, they ranked 59. But why don't we acknowledge this? When I Google for my materials and all, then I found this, and I think this is something that we have to envy in a positive way. In 2022, UNIMAS was shortlisted as Workplace of the Year by QS World University Ranking. the result of its 2016-2022 strategic plan for a conducive and safe place to nurture career growth. Women empowerment and gender equality are evidenced with the university's management lineup of 50-50 male to female ratio. What uni must do that we don't? According to its VC, Vice Chancellor Dato Dr. Muhammad Kadim Swaidi, contributing towards SDG 2030 was one of the main strategic concerns of the university's 2021-2025 strategic plan, and it's in line with the Sarawak Agenda for Robust Growth 2030. So, UNIMAS is leading the way in this. We see that with their policies and maybe strategic plans embedded in their way forward. Where do the rest of us go? Okay, this is the battle cry for all leaders, not only female leaders. Not because it is good to have or fashionable at this moment, but because it is time to embrace the diversity in having both gender playing significant leadership role. That's my take for now, Dr. Fifi. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Zarifah. I really, you have given me a new perspectives about, we can do this. We can, we women, hey, women out there, we can do this. We can become a leaders, basically based on what Madam Zarifah had mentioned earlier. But now I would like to ask from the male perspective. That's why we have Dr. Ramza here together with us to talk about, to discuss about, to know from the male perspective, why are there so few women's leaders? Dr. Ram?
Why there are so few women leaders? There are many reasons for that, but I think historically, not only in terms of leadership, but in all other sectors, it is let's face it, it is a male-dominated world. So that would be my reason. But what is behind that? What is behind that? Because I think one is about culture. We look at any, especially among us Asian, the culture that we have, I would say that it is like disadvantaging the woman because, the way I put it is, okay, the way we look at women, our moral judgment is more stricter compared to male. You get what I mean? We have so many limitations for women. Women cannot do this, women cannot do that, and the same, and we are not, the same judgment is not given to the men. So this is already disadvantage, it is culture. That is why just now, Professor Rosita said that many of these women, they really don't like to project themselves. If there is, say, for example, okay, we have this new position, would you like to apply for it? They are holding themselves back. You know why? Because they know what they are getting into. The environment, the culture is not really friendly to the woman. Yeah. But anyway, this is common globally. It is common. It is not just us There is a statistic. I can't remember why I got it, but it is a very credible statistic. It says that even among the G7 countries, G7 countries is all the advanced country, which we probably think that they are very, open-minded. They are very progressive. But even these G7 countries, only 78% of them think that women can be a good leader, meaning that they have 22% that is basically not really accepting of women being leaders. And if we go for individual country, Japan, we are talking about Japan, Japan, 38%, only 38% believe that women can be a good leaders. German, despite that we have that, what is her name? Angela Merkel. She hold the chancellorship for 2005 until 2021. That is very, very long. But despite that, German, in general, only 41% believe that women can be leaders. So, this is the kind of things, culture. Now, the second one is, I think the reason is because of the environment, the working environment. Okay, women and men, they have different needs. I mean, different nature, you know. But most of the time, whatever we have in that work in the working environment, it is more suitable to male. You get what I mean? I mean, I give you one example, even though I'm an academician, but I've been in a few strategic positions as a high-level decision making in government agency. I was in this, you know, in this meeting, you know, trying to find new ketua for this unit, and there is always an argument that I think we should go for male because we cannot get women, because see, when they are getting married and they get the maternity leave, you get what I mean. And or sometimes they were saying like, wow, this kind of job, they needed to be going to outstation, you know, very, very often, or you know, going back home late. So I think this is not safe for the woman. You get what I mean? So that is the kind of working environment that we are facing. Yes, that is why I think the only way we can you know address this issue is not trying to, because at the moment I think the strategy and our expectation is weird. You know why? Because if this job is tough and somebody is saying that, oh, women also can hold that job, they can be, you know, as tough as men, they can be this and that. I think that approach is wrong. Every job I think can be performed by men or woman without woman being man or without men being the woman. You get what I mean? With their own nature, but in their own way. The thing is, we need to readjust the working environment. We need to be supportive. You get what I mean? If we have a job where we specify there that, you know, if you want to hold this job, you cannot go for more than 3 months leave. That is discrimination, because that is basically discriminate the woman. So why don't we just say that, okay, this job is, as long as you can perform, and being a woman, we understand that probably if you, bila sudah beranak and then you need that maternity leave, and then we address that, we cater that within the rules of that. You get what I mean? But unfortunately, at the moment, we don't have this. So the only way women can compete with men is by being men. You get what I mean? And not many women are willing to be that. And I also like why they have to be men to be in this male-dominated? Because for me, men and women, they have their special nature. I'm not saying that woman is better than man or man is better than woman, but we have this special character in woman and man that is complementary each other. So if we have enough women and enough men in one team, and then we can perform better because we have the quality from both characters. You get what I mean? So probably that is too much. Okay, I stop.
Okay, I don't want to grow mustache. I have a few women. I don't want to grow mustache, and then don't want to become a man. Thank you, Dr. Ramza. That was very good. And yes, I do agree with you that we have challenges. I myself is a mother, and I always, when I was given the work, I was always check my schedule whether this meeting will go, you know, further out to the night or not. So because we have a lot of the things, a lot of hats to carry on. So thank you very much, Dr. Ramza. So back to Prof. Rosita. Basically, based on what Dr. Ramza has already mentioned, challenges, the stigma. Whenever we given a job to a women, they always have excuses. I'm pregnant 6 months lah. I cannot work late because I have to cook for my husband lah. So basically, are there any significant barriers in your career, especially in the aquaculture industry? Because we know that this industry is mostly dominated by the opposite gender. And I tell you, I don't grow mustache. Okay, thank you, Prof. Rosita.
Okay. As an aquaculture researcher and academician in a university, I don't really have a serious issue Sorry, I forgot to on my video. I don't really have a serious issue on gender bias or anything like that. The challenge lies most on the, physical work that I have to endure because, nature of aquaculture field require you to be very hands-on. Aquaculture facility is, operating 24/7. Forget about high heels. I still remember when I did my PhD, I was pregnant and I have to conduct my fish feeding trial and, dealing with living specimen, to be exact fish, they need to be fed daily. And I often feeling very guilty having to come out from the house to feed the fish first before I manage to prepare breakfast at home for my kids. So this kind of challenge, but then I think as long as you're having a good support system, I'm talking about family or I think that can be, it's doable for me, I think. But then when we talk about within the industry itself, I'm talking about aquaculture industry, gender issues are increasingly discussed because traditionally aquaculture is a female intensive but male dominated industry. Female, I think, accounted for about 50% of the workforce in fishery and aquaculture, but their contribution are overlooked. Because female workers are often those doing labor work like, post-harvest roles or repairing netting and cleaning work, and often underpaid. And, on the other hand, decision-making or higher ranking position are male-dominated like in many other sectors. Women in this industry also have constraint to have access to and control of resources such as land, labor, capital. But of course, this kind of issue are also experienced by the male farmers, but to a lesser extent. What I'm trying to say is worldwide, women are also vastly overlooked in policy, pertaining to fisheries and aquaculture. I'll be touching a lot about aquaculture. Luckily, in Malaysia, we have developed good aquaculture education program by several universities. I think at least 8 universities, 5 public university and 3 private university, and also polytechnic, offering good aquaculture or aquatic science-based programs for our young generation to enroll. And these universities have produced skilled and trained aquaculture graduates. And I'm very proud to claim that UMS is the best university in the country in terms of providing aquaculture education, because we are the only university in Malaysia with 3 on-campus, inside the campus, modern hatchery facility of world standard, one dedicated for fish, the other one for shrimp and crab, and latest one is for entrepreneurship, more to incubator kind of entity. And not to forget having the South China Sea as our backyard and serve as, what we call living lab for our program. So I'm glad to see nowadays more females aquaculture executives, in many aquaculture farms in Malaysia and also neighboring country like Singapore. Thank you. That's all, Dr. Fifi.
Rosita. It was, I do believe that in this industry, especially in the aquaculture industry, women are usually the labor, usually, and the decision making is always the male. It's always the other, our opposite gender. But today's is the way around. Okay, the way around. We can see there's a lot of females quite vocal nowadays. They become the decision makers. With that, I would like to ask Madam Zalifa, do we still need more women as leaders? Is it so important to have women as decision makers?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Fifi. Yes, of course, we need more of them. Why it is important? Because we need the gender diversity actually to complement the gender male and female, especially in leadership. And women actually bring skills which are different in perspective to drive effective solutions. In general, being a woman bring to leadership a more complete range of the qualities of modern leaders, such as, for example, women leaders, they are more empathetic. I'm taking example when I was the bursar of the university, I have this very huge office of 160 members of the office. So it become like a mother. I must be empathetic. I must feel them as a leader. I must ask them, what did you eat this morning? Or how's your children? Oh, how are you doing and all that? And most of all, I celebrate birthdays. Even though we have 160 staff in the office, we celebrate everything that is due. And we will put ourselves in their shoes and felt them and play a very important role as a mentor. Okay. The second reason why it is important, because female leaders always focus without fail on teamwork. Okay. Female leader never walk alone. They will walk with their team in high spirit because their team is their fortress. Whatever it is never a one-man show for female leaders. And the third one, this is actually the mamma mia of all the reason why, that is the female leaders is very good at multitasking. We are not only very good, but we are excellent in multitasking. And woman is natural at this because we juggle a lot. Okay, we juggle the problem at home and we juggle with the office meeting, even though at night, like last night, we had a meeting last night, the three of us, and we juggle housework, and we deserve Oscars for this. I tell you, women is the best in multitasking. And the fourth one is women actually make their job effortless. They are making impossible possible. Women never run away from responsibility or problem, and they face it fiercely without hesitation. That is why the lady boss comes in. Otherwise, there is no caption such like that. And the fifth one, the most important one, is why? Because women also maintaining the habit of always asking for feedback on time, taking action for improvement. And that's a few of many reasons. I can talk until tomorrow, but I believe these do justice for your question. Thank you, Dr. Fifi. Back to you.
And I would like to add the sixth one. Women's always right. So I don't know if Dr. Ramza disagree with me. Women is always right, basically, because we do a lot of things, multitasking. We are like octopus, okay? We're like octopus, except that we only have two hands. Okay, now, Dr. Ramza, from your perspectives, okay? So we have talked about the importance of having women. We need women more as a leaders. We don't want to become the underdog now. We want to become a leaders. So how we can move forward from, the stigma about, male dominancing, male are the one who are the greatest of everything. So how are we going to move forward from that? I don't want to be the underdog. Thank you.
Okay, before I go on that question, Dr. Fifi, okay, I just want to share a little bit of interesting statistic, just supporting what Madam Zalifa shared just now, because she was saying that some women are actually more effective because they like to get feedbacks, they like to mingle around with their staff. And actually, that is not her personal opinion. It is supported by Harvard Business Review. Harvard Business Review. It seems that especially during the pandemic, effective leaders during the pandemic, women, the point are 57% and men is 51%. It is also found that This is based on looking at the governors of US, governors of US comparing men and female, also looking at the countries in the world, comparing countries with female leaders and male leaders. And it seems that the one where female are leaders, they are performing much better during the pandemic, which lower percentage of fatality, number of cases also are more systematically in control. And one of the reasons why this happened is because engagement. It seems that they found that women like to get more engagement with the stakeholders, so probably that helped them to make a better decision, yeah? But now, how we are going to address the issue that despite women having all this good quality, I'm not saying that women are better than men. I always stick to my argument. I'm not trying to pitting this gender, no. What I'm trying to say is women, they have these good qualities, men, they have this good quality, and when they are merged together and we become excellence. And that is what I'm trying to advocate. I'm trying to advocate for equal participation, both women and men, so that we can get the best from both gender, yeah? Now, the issue is definitely it must be addressed by policy-driven, initiative. Definitely. But this is also a problem, Dr. Fifi. We want to have a good policy on women. The problem is the decision maker at the moment, we don't have many women, you get what I mean? For example, Dewan Negara, we have 114 in Dewan Negara, only 11 women. 11, not even 20. That is 9%. We have 222 in Dewan Rakyat, and we only have 31 women. 31. That is only 14%. We have 32 Menteri Penuh. We have 32. Guess how many women we have in that Menteri Penuh? 5. That is only 15%. Timbalan Menteri, we have 38 and we only have 4, which is 10%. So I think I still think that the best way to address this issue is by policy driven. Of course, I believe in merit. We cannot simply get, we want women leaders because the quota is there. We want more women. We also need to look at the merit because we cannot compromise quality just because we want to push that agenda, right? But to get the woman quality, I mean, even we have been discussing just now that even at the, we have this culture and working environment, which is not really encouraging women to participate actively or to really portray themselves to be the leader, because the environment that they are the environment that they need to face is not really friendly to them. So I think first thing first, we need to change that. There is no use for us to put quota, 30% sana lah, 40% sana lah, 20% sana lah. But we don't want to change the environment where this woman can perform based on their nature as a woman and without expecting them to be men, kan? So itulah semua. There is also some studies like Dr. Fifi saying that organization that have what they call it, pusat jagaan kanak-kanak or whatever, some organization. I think at one point this is already this become a policy, but I don't think that many organizations really take it seriously. But those organizations with this facility, it seems that women in that organization perform better in terms of ranking. They are moving better, and also they are happier. So you see, by changing the working environment, we really respect the nature of women. We provide them equal support so they can really perform without expecting them to be men. I think that would be the key. And this can be only policy driven. It cannot be, mari kita buat peraturan yang begini-begini yang encourage. No, it must be policy driven. It must be stated there, and we really need to follow through. Tapi itulah saya cakap tadi kan, we say that the key for that is policy. But even if we look at the highest level of our government, the policy makers among women are, that is less than 15%. So they will definitely get outvoiced by the male counterparts. So I do not know. I'm not trying to provide solution here. I'm just trying to provoke our thinking so we can, look into this issue and try to really take it seriously. Yeah, itu saja. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramla. So yes, I do believe policies. Without the policies, we cannot move anywhere, because at the end of the day, we said, hey, women can do this, women can do that. But at the end of the day, we cannot do that because of the policy. So we need people in high authority to change that policy. Okay, to, short saying, just put me inside as the one who do the policies. Okay, now stop about me talking and asking our panel. So I would like to open these sessions to people on the screen here. If you have any questions or your own thoughts about these issues, do we need more women as leaders in your organizations, or as not only in the organizations, maybe in the business industry or whatever industry, do we need more leaders from the women? So any questions from the screen? Yeah, because we are not physical, so I cannot say from the floor. Okay, so please introduce yourself and shoot your questions. So I open it for 5 minutes. If there's none, then I can just proceed with the second round of the questions. Thank you. I don't think we have no questions, because if there's questions, there will be a lot of people raising their hands. So no questions. So let's proceed, because we have, let me check the time. We don't have enough time to open up more, questions. So let's proceed with the next questions to Prof. Rosita. Okay, because we don't have enough time. It's almost 3:40. So what is your advice? Okay, what is your advice to young women out there in the industry that full of dominated by male? What is your advice?
Maybe just a few words lah. Try to find your mentor, and I think we just need to be ourselves, demonstrate our strength with grace and kindness. And of course, we need to practice resilience, because it will provide us with the ability to recover quickly from any hardship or misfortune. And I think we shouldn't compare ourselves to others, and just focus on bettering yourself and boosting your confidence. Inshallah, everything I think will be okay. Over to you, Dr. Fifi.
Thank you, Prof. Rosita. So, Madam Zalifa, what about you? Do you have any important messages out there for women? Stay positive.
Always right. Is for everybody, not only for women. Let us see and look at this not a campaign against toxic masculinity and angry feminism. Okay, this is about nurturing growth for women, realizing and acknowledging what they're capable of doing, especially in and through education. Tremendous amount of talent actually being lost in our society just because that talent is wearing a skirt or wearing hijab like me or like any of us here. Okay, it's time for all the women out there to be given this opportunity to prove the superwoman in them. Okay, I hope that our platform yesterday and today being taken very seriously by our stakeholders, be it our board of directors, our management, or the ministry. And I would like to ponder something I found very strong from Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Zul yesterday, which he said that he believed that men are also part of all these miseries. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Zul, for highlighting that. Women indeed, actually, when we look at this defy all odds to be on the top. So that's the last thing from me, Dr. Fifi. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Madam Zalifa. Last but not least, Dr. Ramza, any special messages for the women out there? Maybe marriage proposal, perhaps? No, lah, kidding. So, any advice to the women there?
But anyway, I'm trying to make it very short and sweet. But before that, I'm a very strong advocate for gender equality. Yeah, I really hope, this is my dream. I really hope that one day we will have 50-50. 50% women, 50% men across the sector, everywhere. And that is why, Dr. Fifi, probably you may not realize it, when I was the Deputy Vice Chancellor for UMS, my ecosystem, the only ecosystem in UMS where I have more women than men, being the Ketua Jabatan. And I really like it. Even though people sometimes question it, I said that, okay, since they have the merit, they have the quality to be there, I need to support them because that will neutralize the other ecosystem, right? Okay. Now, this is my message to all women. First, be proud of you being a woman. If you want to claim a space, don't be apologetic being a woman. Now, the problem with women, when they want to claim a space, which is male-dominated space, and they want to become men, they become tough, and then eventually they get there. And this will condition people that we can only accept women who are like men, who behave like men. You get what I mean? I mean, you are the one that feeding it. No. You can be you can be woman, you can be feminine, and you can do anything. Don't subscribe to the notion that, well, this is male dominated, you need to have this characteristic, which is, which is very much biased to men to be there. No. Be the woman, be proud of who you are, no apologetic, and just claim that space. Now, my second message to all women, tolonglah, supportlah you all on gender. Sorry, but this is from my own personal experience. It is always the women who are not supporting their own woman. I have experiences a lot, Dr. Fifi. Been in the Kementerian, been in and normally I always get when I'm trying to, because I said that I'm really strong advocate for gender equality, and I always get this like, wow, don't push them just because women are always emotional. We don't, and that comes from the woman. You get what I mean? So I think you really need to empower yourself. You really need to support yourself because trust me, majority of the men, they wouldn't support you because many of the men, they have this kind of orang cakap I would say insecure, or they don't want woman is supposed to be they are supposed to be your pengikut lah, your follower, not to be their leader. But we cannot, that is something that we cannot change because that is the culture we are in, right? And that is why I said that you women need to support your fellow women, your fellow ladies. Yeah. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like that. We women, we must empower ourselves. We are Powerpuff Girls. We are more than what the men thinking about us. We are not just lipsticks and high heel. Astaga, already lupa the name of the kasut kan? High heels. We are more than lipstick and stiletto. We are more than that. We must love ourselves. We know we can achieve what we want. As for me, for myself, for my past experience, okay, I want this. I want to have a PhD, but I don't want to sit as a housewife and just cook for my husband only. I want to go outside. I want to show myself the talent that I have. So today I'm here as your moderator, and thank you very much for the invitation as a moderator for today's session. And thank you very much for all three beautiful and handsome panelists for our last sessions under today's event. And then with that, back to you, MCs. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Fifi Hasnida Saikim. It was an inspiring session, I cannot deny. And our gratitude goes to Professor Dr. Rosita Shapawi, Dean Center for Postgraduate Studies, UMS, Madam Zalifa Shadan, Deputy Director of Finance, Center for External Education, UMS, and last but not least, Associate Professor, Technologies, Dr. Ramzah Dambo, Chief Executive Officer, Institute Development of Sabah, as the panelist. And but I think I will have to say this before the next agenda or the next session. Yeah, actually, when Dr. Ramzah mentioned about women to support other women, realizing or not, I believe that this is the bullying that we never talk about. Yeah, this is actually one aspect of bullying we never talk about, and we did discuss during the forum, the earlier forum, yeah, about women actually. It's not only men who is actually, bullying women, or it's not only men who actually be the traitor to women's success, but actually it's women among us. Yeah. So I think it's very inspiring. Thank you very much. A very kita kata apa, meriah, meriah, sangat-sangat meriah, ya. Especially with Dr. Ramzah calling us all to unite. Yeah, are you sure about this, yeah, Dr. Ramzah? Because afterwards we are going to listen to Professor Dato Dr. Asma. So you will listen to how we can unite. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again to the moderator and the panelists. And well, let us now move on to the next agenda. That is a talk session by the lady of many first. It's not manifest, many first. All right, none other but Professor Emerita Dr. Asma Ismail Ibn Sina, shareholder of IIUM. So Prof is on. Okay, Prof is online already. Prof, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Assalamualaikum.
So you hold on there, because before I pass the platform to Professor Emerita Dr. Asma Ismail, let me, as usual, read through her brief CV, which I always like to do. Okay, so all right, so this is it. Okay, all right. Professor Emerita Dr. Asma Ismail is a woman of many firsts. Besides being the first female Vice Chancellor of University Science Islam Malaysia, USIM, and University Science Malaysia, USM, she is also the country's first female Director General of Higher Education, first female President of Academy of Sciences Malaysia, and the first female to be chairperson of the Malaysian Qualifications Agency, MQA. Her current position is as the Ibn Sina Chair for Medicine at the International Islamic University, Malaysia. And this is also the first, another first. Yeah. She has a Bachelor of Science Biology from the University of Nevada, Reno, USA, Master in Microbiology from Indiana University, USA, and a PhD in Cellular and Molecular Biology from University of Nevada, Reno, USA. She also received her Honorary Doctor of Science from the University of Glasgow, Honorary Degree Doctor of the University, Keele University, and Honorary Doctorate in Literature from Kyoto University of Foreign Studies, KUFS. She was conferred Professor Emeritus status by University Science Malaysia in December 2021 and awarded Tokoh Akademik Negara National Academic Laureate, the most prestigious national award to an academy, in March 2022. Her research impact includes attaining 16 patents and commercialized worldwide the rapid diagnostic test for typhoid called Typhidot. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Which was advocated by WHO. She had won numerous awards and recognitions for her achievements at national and international levels, and to date has shared her knowledge via more than 540 invited talks and more than 80 keynotes at national and global levels. She was elected to the Academy of Sciences Malaysia in 2003, the Academy of Sciences for the Developing World, TWAS, in 2010, or TWAS, the Islamic World Academy of Sciences in 2016, and was elected as honorary member of the Iranian Academy of Medical Sciences in 2017. Her passion for higher education and science development ecosystem gained international recognition and was elected to be a member of several international boards, including the Board of Governors for Commonwealth of Learning, COL, based in Vancouver, Canada, member of Directing Board and Executive Committee for Islamic Citation Center based in Shiraz, Iran for the OIC, member of the College of Fellows, Kiel University, and as a Governing Advisory Board member for Ritsumikan Asia Pacific University, Japan. At the national level, she serves as a board member for CREST, Collaborative Research in Engineering, Science and Technology Center, to move STI-based companies in the country since 2017. Member of the National Science Council, chaired by the Prime Minister, and the High Tech Nation Council, chaired by the Minister of MOSTI, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, and member of the National Action Council on Shared Prosperity Vision under the Distinguished Educator category. Based on her experience and expertise, she served on the selection panel for the international awards and recognitions such as TWAS membership, Medical and Health Sciences, and the Islamic Development Bank, IDB, Prize for Women's Contribution to Development. At the national level again, she served as a jury panel for the Merdeka Award, Rhodes Scholarship to select Malaysians to Oxford University, the L'Oreal Women in Science Award, the Anugerah Akademik Negara, National Academic Award, Mohi Entrepreneurial Award, MEA, and Best Managed Companies Asia by Deloitte. Her landmark contributions to Malaysia's higher education system include the establishment of the prestigious National Academic Award, Anugerah Akademik Negara, the establishment of research universities in Malaysia, and in co-helming the development and implementation of the Malaysian Education Blueprint, Higher Education 2013 to 2025. So ladies and gentlemen, let us now listen to Professor Emerita Datuk Dr. Asma Ismail. Over to you, Prof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Can you hear me? Boleh? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Sharizat, for the introduction. Next time I will give you a shorter one so that is faster. But anyway, thank you so much for the kind introduction. And I salute also the presence of Tan Sri Zul, our rector. And thank you to the organizing committee for allowing me to share my thoughts on the topic of breaking the glass ceiling. So it was a very where's the slide? Nah? Nampak? Can you see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, yeah, this is the topic on breaking the glass ceiling. What does it take? So I guess this should possibly be able to wrap up some of the things that is mentioned in the previous enlightening panel discussion, which I enjoyed very much. Okay, what are some things that I would like to talk about on the state of the world, the impact of COVID-19 on women. Are women better at handling crisis? Are women there yet as leaders? Issues faced by women in higher education, because I thought that was the scope of this particular conference about how do we handle women in education and barriers to women moving up, especially in higher education, solutions to hopefully break the glass ceiling and the way forward, right? And we are living, as I say, in a chaotic and changing world, facing many unknowns brought by the disruptive technologies by Industry 4.0, accelerating pace of change due to digital, global economic crisis, the global competition due to globalization, of course, the pandemic, COVID-19, that has created a disruptive change in our lives as well as our livelihood. And COVID-19 basically has exposed the inconvenient truth of widening inequality within countries and globally. And the pandemic is, of course, affecting people differently according to their gender, race, and class. That actually deepens the existing socio-economic divide. And therefore, to recover from this crisis, you need transformative leadership, especially post-COVID-19 era. And post-COVID-19, I suppose, must be about resetting or making improvements. So in short, it's not okay to remain not okay. Okay. So we need, therefore, post-COVID-19, we need to see improvement. We need to see inclusive development to make sure that no one is left behind in the process of recovery and development. We cannot be in the status quo mode. Things have got to change. And therefore, we need a systemic change in the ecosystem. And to do that is all about leadership. Okay, coming to whether women are better at handling crisis. So when discussing the careers of women leaders, there is this phenomenon called glass cliff and glass ceiling. We all know about the glass ceiling, which describes the invisible barrier to advancement that women often face when they are up for promotion, whatever, at the highest level of the organization. Then there is what Harvard Business Review called the glass cliff. And this is the idea that when a company or an organization is in trouble, okay, why don't we just give it to a female leader and see whether she can change it? So why does this happen? Why do you have to take a broken organization and then test women's leadership and see whether she can make a difference, right? Is it because women are better at handling crisis, or is this because we just want to test just to see, and either one, to see whether the woman can make it, or number two, to make sure that if she is working with a broken organization and she can't save the organization, see, I told you so, she can handle it. So this is the kind of thinking that can be there. So ironically, when women are finally given the chance to prove themselves in a senior position, they are handed something that is already broken, or where the chances of failure is high. So the question then, did they survive? And the answer is yes. So just to answer TS Dr. Ramzah, when he was talking about the Harvard Business Review, this is the article that says when a 360-degree review using a sample size of 60,000 leaders in the United States was done, either pre-pandemic or during the pandemic, women outscored men on most leadership effectiveness and leadership competencies, right? So what we are seeing, either pre or post-pandemic, this is among 60,000 leaders, among men and women, they all acknowledge that women made better leaders anyway. So what kind of leadership style do they show to combat COVID-19? We find that from Bangladesh to Norway to Germany to Iceland to New Zealand, all this study reveals that some characteristics that are typical to women in leadership position were instrumental in the success of these countries to actually combat COVID-19. And women leaders, we find that they were reluctant to take risks when it comes to human lives. And as such, they closed the country earlier than their male counterpart who still worried about the economy. So when they were seeing fewer deaths, they were less risk adverse when it comes to risking the economy. So women leaders showed empathy, as Madam Zalifah mentioned just now. Women leaders showed empathy by placing people first over economy. So learning points, okay, from COVID-19 with regards to women leadership. women have been asked to be more like men, like what Dr. Ramzah was saying, in order to be successful. But COVID-19 has shown that perhaps it's time to ask the men to abide by more female traits like empathy, like clear communication, or what Dr. Ramzah mentioned, engagement. So this is very, very important because this is the kind of things people need to have now, because this is now a different kind of generation that we are faced with. With the digital era, we get a lot of information, but we got a lot of fake information as well. So this is where you need to engage, you need to communicate, and you need to tell the truth, right? So the leadership style of women leaders in COVID-19 response have been described as collective rather than very individual, as what Zalifa had mentioned just now, more collaborative than competitive, and more coaching or nudging than commanding. So at end game, you don't have to be a man. Fitrah seorang wanita adalah mencukupi. So this shows the need for diversity, for leaders of different types with different approaches for different circumstances, and the need for leaders to be smart, to be honest, to be truthful, and to be modest, right? And to have this empathy and all that. So basically, these are the qualities of values-based leadership that has been championed by IIUM. So although women made better leaders either pre or during the pandemic, we still are faced with issues. Okay, what are the issues? If you look at the DASA, now coming back to Malaysia, you look at the DASA Wanita Negara and the Plan Tindakan Pembangunan Wanita, we signed this Beijing World Women Conference in 1995 that says that, okay, we agree at least on 30% women in leadership position, right? So this is to remind that we are not supposed to just stop at 30%. We are trying kesetaraan gender for at least 30%, right? And indicator seharusnya should strive towards kesamaan gender ataupun gender equality. But if you look at the women in decision making, you know, my slides are always full of data because I work on evidence-based. 38.2% women are in civil service, 25.8%. This is in the private sector. So still we are not there yet. 15% only in Parliament in Dewan Rakyat, and 15% women senators in Dewan Negara. So we achieved gender parity in civil service, but unfortunately not in the private sector. This is only gender parity, okay, ladies, it's not yet gender equality. So the issue is still there. The gender gap still exists. And if you look at this map, that shows the World Economic Forum gender pay gap index, we find that if you compare, Malaysia's score is the shaded one, and the average score is throughout the world, and we see that we close the gap for education as well as health, but we are still a long way off in terms of politics, and still not there yet for economy. So Malaysia ranked at 104 out of 144 for gender gap according to World Economic Conference. And it would be nice actually if we can strive for gender equality, but we are just, let's go for gender parity first. So equality is about opportunity for women and about equality in human relationship in general. But parity implies quota. In Malaysia, 30% women should be in decision-making position by 2016. Okay, this is now beyond 2016. So gender parity in leadership is a matter of fairness and it's a matter of inclusiveness. So the gap that we are now seeing between men and women in the area of economy and the area of political empowerment continue to be noticeably wide, and the leadership therefore that is in existence today, the political leadership need to probably tackle this particular gap. So if we now see, okay, if we say what we have achieved, how do we compare, ladies? How do we compare with other women in leadership position in Southeast Asia? Malaysia is the region's worst performer for the ratio of women to men in managerial level position and above. And we rank at only for every 100 men that is holding leadership position, only 26 women will hold that post. So this is now in comparison to Philippines. Philippines doing well. It's like 0.96, like almost 1-to-1. That means for every one managerial position for men, another managerial position will be there for women. So perhaps we should now look at how did Philippines go about it. So Malaysia has had a very high gender inequality, and the fact that Philippines is ahead of the game because Philippines have a clear gender policy for women leaders with political, not just having a policy, but political commitment. I think this is the most important. Not to say that Malaysia doesn't have gender policy, we probably have, but how much of it was actually committed? You know, we don't see much of that happening. So we need to, of course, create the supportive ecosystem to facilitate leadership development and support gender studies. This is the other thing that Philippines does. They support gender studies center to actually train women leaders. If we talk about issues to tertiary education, access to tertiary education, not a problem in Malaysia, because if you look at the public university, there are more female coming in. The orange is female compared to the males. And if you look at the private university, there are also more female compared to the males. So access to education is not a problem in Malaysia. But as you know, education nowadays, when the students post-COVID, they all seem to say, is education equal to livelihood? That means they want education equal to livelihood. If you get education, you got to have a job. And therefore, is this a true picture for females? Right. So if you look at access to higher education, the answer is yes. And whether satu is access. Kedua, whether we qualify, that means we graduate after we have accessibility. And you find that for Malaysia, the female graduate is more than the male. That means either at undergraduate or postgraduate, yeah, kita lebih hebat in that sense. And we find that if you look at the workforce employed, 9.29 million males, but only 5.92 female. So what we are saying that even though we go for gender parity, women are, even though we are more qualified in terms of education than men, but we are less employed compared to men. So this is probably something that you want to see in terms of data. Okay. If you now deep dive among women that is employed, okay, we begin to see a declining of women participation in the workforce, aging 35 to 64 or above 60. What we are saying is that if you compare us to Korea, Japan, and Malaysia, Malaysia is this dark blue line. Korea is the turquoise and the red is Japan. If you see this, most of the women after they punya undergraduate, they go get a job, right? So they come in the workforce, and then they start to have family. I think the previous discussion was there about women nak beranak dan sebagainya, whether that is a plus or a negative as far as the workforce is concerned. So you begin to see that when they start to give birth, all right, they do come out from the workforce, but they return to the workforce, all right? Whereas the Malaysian women, once they leave, they never return. So Korean and Japanese women return to the workforce after starting a family, but the Malaysian women never return to the workforce because there is also no policy to allow this to happen. All right. If you look at coming back to the level of the university, obviously you talk about the research and researchers. Of course, all of us have to do research in the university. So we find that female researchers are underrepresented in many of the ASEAN economies as they are across the world, but almost half of Malaysia's researchers, this Malaysia, we are basically, there are more women researchers compared to the others, right? And United Nations declare that Malaysia is a world leader in encouraging girls and women to participate in science. But if you again deep dive the data, you know, I usually, when you make decisions, that's why I say you got to do an informed decision. This is what I hope that admin is listening from IIUM, also from UMS, that you need sex disaggregated data, because when you have this kind of data, only then can we now do a proper analysis and actually make informed decisions as how do we want to go forward. So UNESCO is saying, okay, there are more women researchers compared to any other country. But if you deep dive among these researchers available in the country, the number of female researchers is of course less than the number of male researchers in the country. And the question, however, is that I don't care about women researchers, or we can all be in research, but the thing is, how many of us are leaders or principal investigators? And this is to me more crucial, more important in showing okay, leadership ability among women who are researchers. And this usually correlates to the number of professors. And as you can see, this is data for the Malaysian public universities that we got from MOHE. And we find that as we come in, either you want to see at the lecturer level, 68.8% women, and compared to males, male lecturer, 39.2. But if you want to consider guru also coming in, you will see that this is the language teacher. You'll see that 57.9 it adds up. There are more females than males entering the university. But as we now continue to move up to associate professor and to professor, there are only about 36.1% females, that is banyak-banyak macam ni, and up 36.1. We lost almost 50% halfway as we move up to become professors. So we can see that there are more female lecturers coming in, but males are twice more promoted to professors, and of course, even smaller numbers to become TNCs and to VCs. And of course, this is a leaky pipeline that we begin to see. Lesser women get, of course, promoted to become a professor. So issues in advancing women's position as research leaders, we need a commitment among the political and university leaders to actually fully commit to the concept of equality in order to ensure quality of research, right? Because gender equality in science is not simply about the question of inclusiveness, the question of fairness, but to strengthen research, you need total human resource to be utilized. And a better gender balance means that universities will now secure the best research talents among both sexes and actually reflect population biodiversity. So the improved gender balance in the academic staff will have positive effects. Positive effect on what? On the recruitment of more female students to come in, more female postgraduate, not just having undergraduate, but more female postgraduate. Remember, the productivity of the nation increase when more and more of its population have higher degrees, right? So you get more postgraduate to come in, you get more female postdocs to come in, and more female research fellows to come in. But the reality check, what is happening actually, it doesn't matter like in all the universities and even the country, most of the time we worry about research merit, okay? To the point that we tighten and we ensure stringent criteria for research funding, that we do not think further whether this application comes from a woman or from a man. Because, you know, for a woman to get there to that level, I think the previous discussion is already showing a lot more. We have to be almost like a superwoman, right? You have to take care of the home, you have to take care of your career, you have to take care of your research, you have to take care of your graduate students. There's so much that you have to do. But the thing is, nobody think about that fact, that it takes a lot for women to even get there, to be either asking for individual research grant or even now to be a cluster head. All right, so women in research panel are also clueless. All right, because we are also not aware of what is it that we should be looking out for. And if you look at the way we give approval for research funding, we also don't have a little box that tick and says, okay, if this is a woman, can we give extra marks? Nothing like that happen, right? Everyone, every member of the panel is focused only on the merit of the proposal. So what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is that our research policy in the country at the moment is gender blind. So, so what prevents then women to be a top research leader? All right, to be at the top to be a top research leader, just to get research leaders, one, but to be a top research leader, you need academic standing. You need to at least be a professor. But we already seen only 36.1. So basically, this leaky, you know already, one of the biggest problem, work-life balance. Tak payah discuss lah. Work-life balance is there. But what else? What else is going? You know, when you see the iceberg, you see the tip of the iceberg, you don't really care about what actually going on underneath the iceberg. That is a bigger problem. Work-life balance, okay, fine. Let's look at underneath the iceberg. What else is going on? So number one, gender discrimination, conscious or unconscious, all right? And the kind of things that Dr. Ramzah was telling us just now is probably the kind of thinking that is happening among the male, because and that probably is what it is. And this also this under recognition of women at the workplace, right? Covert sexism, discrimination is happening. Women usually get a smaller research space. If you happen to be in the private universities, mungkin smaller startup packages and salaries, mungkin higher teaching loads, administration. And the other one that I'm going to discuss, a lot more office housework than a male gets, which is not recorded anywhere in anybody's SKT or anybody's KPI, but it takes a lot of is a big toll on the time of the women, not that they have to now go through. And there are also fewer resources and the lack of support. And of course, this line that is always there. What do you mean there's a problem? There's no problem. We are okay. We are always fair to the women. Okay, this is the normal state-of-the-art jawapan that we see in every situation, this denial stage. Because I told you, sometimes it's just unconscious biasness that is happening, right? And the lack of this awareness among the male colleagues, all right? So the next question is, what can we do? Okay, you dengar lamenting pun tak guna, because nothing is still going on. We need to have change. I told you, post-COVID, we need to see some change. We cannot, it's not okay to remain not okay, right? So we need to perhaps develop research policies to enhance equality at the university and also at the national level. Always the same, nak buat macam mana, grant tu is at national level, KPT pun tak kata apa, MOSTI pun tak kata apa. How can we make the change dulu? MOSTI atau MOHE, if the grant is well received, that as far as the merit, they are okay. But at the level of the university, when we are developing, when we are evaluating, nothing is wrong from giving us a plus, certain marks for the women to get there, right? So ensure that we have equality regulations governing the research system. Equality, as I said, is part of quality in science. Why? Because some of the questions that we are asking in science alone, if you see from a male perspective, especially in medicine, if you see a male from a male perspective, is different compared to a female perspective. That's why you need this gender biodiversity when you are providing solution for, especially in the health sector. So why, like I said, you know, why wait for national level? Why can't we start the university itself to have such policy? And one thing that we can do at the university itself is to increase public and research panel awareness on gender issues. This is the thing. We but I'm sure RMC or of the various universities, they will call the panel, they were domain expert in the field, but none of these domain experts have ever been introduced to gender issues, right? So because there was no such thing, masa orientation tak pernah pun kita bilang, and dalam our education system juga tidak ada gender being taught even from the young, right? So you need to ensure strategies and action plans are in place to actually advance gender equality in research. So status, you know, a reasonable gender balance of 40 women to men might be a good start, but if you can go more, 50-50, that would be nice. Ensure that the working environment in research be updated to actually improve the current work-life balance for the benefit of both men and women. So what else can we do? Ensure transparency in the funding procedures. And the other one is that nurture the new leaders, the grant evaluators, and the committee members involved on gender aspects. I suppose at RMC level, this is something that RMC can do. At MSD level or the HR, this is also something that the HR can do. All right. So enhance visibility of women in science and research by ensuring that the nomination, promotion, appointment procedures for women in top position is done also in a transparent manner. At the moment, as I said, there is no policy. Mungkin that is the reason why we don't have enough VC wanita, we don't have enough TNC wanita, because there is no policy, ladies and gentlemen, to say that in the nomination coming from the university itself as to who should be who should be considered. I'm not saying will be, but just to be considered as a TNC or VC, kurang-kurangnya adalah adalah female being nominated as well, so that now the interview is there, and then is then masa tu may the best be able to hold the position. So, and the other thing, kalau macam dekan and TNCs, and I always ask, why is it that we are not giving names, for Anugerah Akademik Negara, for Merdeka Award, for L'Oreal Women in Science, calonkanlah nama-nama. So, okay, we can calon, and so a lot of the dean will say, oh, okay, kita calon lah nama, but they leave the candidate alone. Hello, if you now calonkan nama, you do not just nominate, you have to package. All right, this is where I said, for Anugerah Akademik Negara, untuk bagi tokoh, Tan Sri tokoh, saya tokoh, all of this nomination were packaged by University Science Malaysia. It's not like we just write our CV and then just submit and you can get a tokoh Akademik Negara. It doesn't happen, okay? It has to be packaged. You have to have a team of people who actually package that. And this is where I see lacking. Whereas some of the RUs, they already know. They know they have to package. But that is why RUs continue to win all these awards. But the other universities have got to learn. It's not that you lack in people who are of academic standing, is whether you have a team that is packaging all this award. For L'Oreal Women in Science, again, USM, as I know it, package for women in L'Oreal ataupun Anugerah Saintis Muda Negara, Anugerah Saintis Negara, all this, Anugerah Inovasi Negara, all this is packaged. Package means the university itself ada peruntukan untuk sekarang ni menyediakan this packaging. Bukan kata everything now okay with no money. Package is with money. So eradicate, hopefully if we can do this, we can eradicate some gender bias in research activities. And all institutions, this is where I say I call upon admin to actually make sure the HR, when they are giving information, provide sex disaggregated data, because only then it will be fair for top management of the universities to make informed decisions. This is not something that is done automatically. Most universities, their AR will just tunjuk frequency. I dekat USM, I cukup marah. Do not give me frequency data. I want sex disaggregated data. Then only the top management can make decision. So, and when as we present this data every quarterly or every 6 months, whatever, when we observe gender imbalance, this is now, we can correct it. Don't wait until dah terlambat baru nak buat some updating. So this is where HR and also even the deans or what have got to learn that gender imbalance, if there, must be updated, must be assessed to inform decision makers and also to the public, and also to now remedy the situation so that it's not too late. And despite having equal access to higher education, gender roles and gender responsibilities, and of course we see this leaky pipeline, work-life balance remains of course the issue, and policies must be in place to empower women. This is what I'm saying. Okay lah, you have 36% women jadi professor, and you have a lot more women involved in research, right? But the thing is, you have to empower women to remain in the research. This is something lagi mungkin tak faham, that just because you're involved in research, it doesn't mean that you can remain in that research, and you have to now provide that kind of support and encourage so that she can continue to contribute to innovation and to entrepreneurship. So Malaysian S&T and research policy, however, as it stands now, is gender blind and therefore need to be looked into. So this is something that I think I will bring up for the next meeting. So without the availability of this sex disaggregated data, it's kind of difficult to perform a systematic gender analysis. But without undergoing gender tracking to find out the issues that is taking place, the existing gender blind policies will ensure women to remain status quo, and their contribution to S&T specifically and also to research in general. That means either you are in science or you are in non-science at the end of the day, because this gender blind policy is still in existence, okay, we will continue to remain status quo. So in contrast to Indonesia, you know, at the end of the day, our Indonesian neighbor is actually doing much better than us in many ways, all right? Because Indonesia memang dah ada gender sensitive S&T policy and gender sensitive policy as well. So dalam S&T dia cakap, dalam S&T development needs to apply gender perspective so as to realize gender equality and justice. Okay, this is prinsip dasar nombor 8 dalam gender S&T for policy for Indonesia. But as I said, for women in STI, whatever, is not there. And for gender policy for the country, studies to be carried out on weaknesses of institutional structure, which need to be overcome immediately in order to reduce the impact of socio-political gaps and provide support to gender equality through a harmonious atmosphere in order to continuously strengthen the basis for social solidarity. Okay, get it? This is Indonesia. So if let's say from the Harvard Business Review that says that we have all these skills and abilities, why do we hold back, or are we being held back in moving upwards? So what kind of barriers do to women moving up? So at any given point in a woman's career, she is likely to experience one or more of the barriers. And sometimes the barrier is obvious, but most of the time, the barrier is concealed behind another agenda, and sometimes it is invisible, all right? And this is called unconscious biasness. Whatever that Dr. Ramzi was talking about just now is probably true, and you know, it is happening. There are many don'ts if we put in a woman, right? So perceptionnya begitulah, but that's not necessarily the case. There are barriers that of course hinder women's career advancement, including emotional intelligence and gender culture, and how these differences actually impact leadership. So reasons for gap between men and women are multifactorial, ladies. They are deep-seated and they have existed not yesterday, but for generations. Okay, so these problematic beliefs and perceptions are held by both men and women. So betul tadi, yang juga tidak menolong wanita adalah wanita. So these are these reasons. It is these reasons that make the problem actually difficult to address. So it's not something that we can solve overnight. Okay. One barrier that I want to, there are many barriers, tapi I want to discuss, among other things, structural barriers. These include the lack of access to important informal network like golf, sporting events like football, or simple after-work drinks. And often men assume that women do not want to take part in this type of event, so they don't invite. So sama juga, women also assume that men do not like to attend women conferences. So and true enough, not very many men are listening to this particular women conference. So again, mungkin jugalah at the end of the day, maybe by having the title women in higher education, already men tak payahlah masuk because this is a woman thing. And what is the use of women telling women that we all share the same thing? I mean, you know, we need to hear perspectives from men. So I think the next time you hold this conference, panelists ni kena ada gender balance jugalah. Bukan semua wanita duk cakap pasal wanita, because we all share the same thing. So you know, so perhaps some suggestion for the next time you want to do this, like golf, right? This is usually the case lah, and And you notice one thing, if they decide to say, oh, kita ni tak bias against wanita, come, let's have a drink, you know, ramai-ramai together. You know that as soon as you join that conversation, the whole conversation change, right? So they're no longer about this man sharing, man talk, is all changed. So even though many women play golf, this practice is still predominantly a male bastion. Knowledge is power, okay, ladies, and getting where I am today, is very important that I have knowledge. All right. So knowledge is power, and it is through the, if it is through the grapevine, knowledge ni dekat Malaysia ni, there is proper knowledge, and then there's the grapevine knowledge and rumors, right? And usually the rumors are true in Malaysia, right? So the grapevine knowledge is very helpful, especially when you want to go in to have a meeting. It's important that I know who is it that I'm going to deal with. So if the interview panel for promotion are all males, unconsciously you will find the male panelists unconsciously, when they are interviewing you, they will find someone who reflect like them. And game habislah wanita. So this is why in an interview panel for VC or for TNC, they need to have a gender balance. All right. We can, how do we overcome this? We can help overcome the structural barriers with mentors and sponsors. But it's important to understand the difference between the two. A mentor is a person, I think Prof. Rosita was talking about having a mentor. Okay, for me, a mentor is there a person who help guide you, advise you to grow in your current position. But to me, more important is a sponsor. That means a person who serves as someone's advocate to help her move towards her next position. And this is very important, because this is the person who can open the doors for the person, right? So for women, it's a good strategy to have male sponsors who are in the decision-making positions of authority that can give them more credibility. Godfathers is very important. And these sponsors can be their boss, their leaders in the department, or leaders of other department or national leaders. But it would be best if we can find women sponsors who want to have more women to be promoted. Tetapi I have to caution, whatever Dr. Ramzah is saying is pretty true. Unfortunately, not all women believe in promoting other women. What is happening is that I went through katalah, you know, the woman would say, I went through a hard, you know, I had to climb a high hill to get where I am today. I'm not going to give it to you on a silver platter. So this is where I think, okay, at the end of the day, if one succeed, we all succeed. If we see it like that, then that will be okay. But most of the time may not be that way, right? Unfortunately. Okay, barriers to women moving up, individual mindset, wanita tu sendiri. So it's important to note that women often want different things than men, and are confronted with barriers that men do not have to face and sometimes don't understand. But is this a barrier? Okay. Individual mindsets are thoughts and behaviors women might have that actually hold them back. And the majority of women, you notice that bila announcement of VC ke apa, do not want to pursue. They malah basa lah, bahasa Kelantan itu malah basa, alright. They do not want to pursue the vice presidency ke, nak jadi presiden ke, any C-level position for myriad of reasons, alright. Including socialization pressure. Tadi kita dah mention pasal socialization pressure, sentiasa ada these pressures out there. The lack of confidence, satu lagi risk aversion, valuing work-life balance, and then of course threats from the husband. If you are not there to take care of me, I'll go and marry another one. And of course malah basa dengan politics. And satu lagi yang paling ni is that wanita ni kan dia rasa guilty tau. So because they are unable to balance the work-life balance. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? When they are unable to balance the work-life balance, that makes them feel guilty to the hilt. And that is where something has got to give. And usually they say, tak apalah, tak payahlah, you know. And so the thing is, right, bagi wanita yang bercapability, all right, they lack also, actually wanita ni kadang-kadang they lack confidence, but more important, they don't have someone to motivate and support you. I don't know what it is, ladies, but at the end of the day, you need someone to say, I believe in you. I got your back. Okay, so if you have someone like that pun dah cukup dah bagi encouragement. All right, so that's one. The other individual mindset or limitation that we see is that this is what I call office housework. Office housework ni apa? Getting coffee, taking notes of meetings, picking up the donuts ke kuih ke, helping the new recruits, planning the annual dinner, be in the front bila ada events, conferences ni, yang handle, yang panggil, yang telefon, Prof Asma boleh ke ni, semua siapa dia? Wanita, right? So all this behind the scenes work that make this event to be successful or not, usually nya wanita. And this is what I call office housework. Okay, so women frequently volunteer ataupun is volunteered. Itu lagi hebat. Is certainly volunteered. Macam gender role understood. Ambil minit mesti wanita. Kenapa ambil minit tak boleh lelaki? Okay, which is very time consuming and often let me tell you, is not recognized. You pernah tengok ke saya ambil minit mesyuarat dan patut diberi SKT punya markah? InsyaAllah tak ada. Dalam KPI pun tak ada. Tapi it takes a lot of your time. So, but on the other hand, you see that men tend to volunteer for activities that are more visible. Okay, tu satulah office housework. The other one is fear of failure. That means wrong decision, wrong words said will cost the woman their job and reputation. So malas bahasa tak payah cakap. So duduk diam. But bila dia duduk diam, dia tidak sekarang ni voice. When you don't have a voice, there is no representation. So ini pun kena jaga juga. And of course, the last one is inferiority complex. Some still believe that men are stronger, they make better leaders, they have better ideas, and more equipped to achieve success. That's one thing. So how do we overcome this? All right. One solution for office housework, for women not to volunteer for this type of activities every time. So while they are supportive and helpful, let other employees juga contribute, including men. And this is what I hope, that dekan-dekan ke ataupun ketua-ketua ke hope that they are not discriminated just because they learn to say no. Sebab selalu kita kata, Asma, you tolong ambil minit lah. So okay, bagus dia, apa kita suruh pun dia buat. Ni bagus dia, apa dia suruh kita buat, dia buat. Asma dia pun tak learn to say no on certain things, right? So makin lama makin stressful. So if you are now in the responsible position for selecting people for these activities, mohon assign the task rather than asking for volunteers so that you ensure an even gender distribution. Give recognitions to those who do office housework for the organization by either lowering their target KPI, for example, or influencing their bonus performance, or bagi markah for the punya SKT. So, and provide, okay, this is the other thing I want to have a message to the HR. Provide training and experiential learning on leadership to ensure more confidence among women with potential to be leaders. And one thing I have to say kepada HR, whoever is handling this, do not put leadership training for wanita sama dengan lelaki. And this is the kind of thing I see that AKEP is doing, one size fits all. No, there are a lot more things that women has to undergo that cannot be a one size fits all kind of training. Okay, so another barrier is the changing of institutional organizational mindset. This is something that Dr. Ramda say, you know, wanita ni kita banyak don'ts lah, tak boleh ni, tak boleh tu, leceh, banyak leceh kalau wanita tu is up there, right? So people make assumptions about women at work and as leaders based on their stereotypical roles in society. So often women are limited in their advancement, or worse, never therefore given the opportunity because of this gender bias. So it gets worse when it is being done, rasa macam nak protect wanita tu, sebenarnya it's unconscious bias against this wanita. So research has found that it is this unconscious or hidden bias that is the real problem to the advancement or moving up of wanita in the organization. So these hidden reflexive preferences shape actually our worldviews and can profoundly affect how welcoming and open workplace is to different people and ideas, right? So how do we overcome this? One solution for women to proactively and consistently communicate their desires to advance. Bagi tahu lah why I would like to go if there's an opportunity for me to go for this particular conference or to travel or to take an bagi tahu lah. So this type of communication will help put at rest any assumptions made about them. And another is to use data to make policies and decisions for the organization. So make sure, as I said, it's evidence-based, because lack of this disaggregated data becomes a problem in making decision. Satu lagi, kalau kita bercakap, kita dikelaskan sebagai problem dalam jabatan ya ataupun PTJ. Itu pun satu. That's why saya suggest nak cakap tapi tunjuk sebagai evidence. So there is a need to generate policies that women candidate must, as I said, be nominated to be leaders in the public or private sector of the higher education if need be. Policies to facilitate women to return to the workforce, and collaborate with human resource to create training program that educate employees and top management about the barriers discussed in women leadership. You tahu tak siapa yang patut dapat this kind of gender awareness ni? People in the top management of the universities. Dalam orientasi program tak pernah ada tentang perkara ni, and yet they are the one who's doing the interview, they are the one who's making decisions. So it is essential for both men and women to be aware about these barriers, and then we should all work together essentially to minimize these barriers. So bottom line, what I want to say is education is the key to gender equality. So we're back to what this conference is all about. It's about education. Education itself is a basic human right, and in Malaysia we guarantee free education till standard 6. So education can have a major impact on the lives of girls and women, both boys and girls, etc. But unfortunately, we live in a world which education is characterized by extensive gender inequalities, and this is where I think we need to have gender studies as part of the curriculum for schools as well as universities, not to have hanya mereka yang terlibat sahaja nak buat pasal gender, yang tak buat pasal gender study tak apalah, the rest of us we are okay. No, we are not okay. We are a nation, right? There is both men and women. So the problem in education juga is not about accessibility, it's also about being able to complete the education and receive, not only complete, receive quality education with knowledge and skills that will make them a better nation builder with the capacity and capability of developing the technology instead of just becoming a consumer of technology, to be a job creator and a job seeker. And I cannot emphasize enough, we need more sex disaggregated data. Of course, I'm not expecting miracles, but at least can we doa and strive for improvement, okay? So as I said, we have been discussing this for a long time. These global problems need global solution. This is not something that IUM can solve or UMS can solve. It has to be a collective leadership that understand the bigger agenda to solve. And we need the whole government approach to turn around pasal gender equality ni, and not piecemeal efforts by individual departments or universities or even ministries. So with education, it can turn around the life of a woman, improve the wages and jobs, make the woman healthier. Education empowers women to fight for their rights. Learning to read and write helps women to access for more information. It protects them from harmful practices like child marriage or female genital manipulation, and education can challenge the gender stereotype. So I end by saying that the way forward, education is the foundation for all the tiga perkara yang you have to look into: the legal framework for equality, economic empowerment, decision-making levels. All of this, the foundation is education. In terms of legal framework, we need to prioritize the policies to support gender parity or equality and provide clear policy on gender parity of 30%, and political will that's more important to implement it. And create a conducive ecosystem to facilitate women leadership with relevant leadership training for the leaders. And of course, they all need to learn how to overcome the barriers. In terms of economic empowerment, in control of the purchasing power, facilitate with policies enabling the ecosystem for women to contribute to the nation's economy, and make sure that the women is empowered to participate and contribute in all levels of decision making, because and completing education needs to be there with relevant knowledge skills so that they can be future ready. But at the end of the day, perhaps also gender to be part, gender equality and gender awareness should be part and parcel of the curriculum for education. So in short, let me end by saying that if you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate a family or a nation. So with that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. Well, how am I going to see this? Yeah, listening to you, I can just say that this is my take, Prof. As a woman, and we have more ladies actually in this room, in the studio here. Okay, so I think it's about time for us to, as mentioned by you just now, Prof, is for us to set our mindset as a woman. Okay, so setting the mindset and get knowledge to empower ourselves as women to ensure gender equality. And again, as mentioned by you just now, or even Napoleon yesterday when I mentioned about, give me an educated mother, so that we can, ensure the sustainability of the whole community. All right. So thank you very much once again, Prof. It's so inspiring as ever. Inshallah, we'll meet again in another platform of seminar or another platform of knowledge sharing. Yeah, Prof. So thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, let us now move forward to our next session. That is the resolution session. Right. So okay, so we have discussed issues on women, to be specific, gender equality, especially in higher education, with views and opinions from not only females but male professionals as well. And for that, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Ida Madiha Abdul Ghani Azmi once again, the Dean of the Center for Postgraduate Studies, CPS of IIM, to present the resolution of the international webinar on women in higher education, gender equality in and through education. Please welcome Prof. Ida.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. It is really an honor to be reading the resolution at the end of the 2 days conference. We have actually discussed the issues from various angles and various perspectives. I would just like to quote the quote of the day, which is, "We women should empower ourselves, women should support." And with that, let me read the resolution. Gender role standardization, i.e. given nature and practices, should be revisited to understand whether they are in line with gender equality or imposing more gender inequality and strengthening hegemonic masculinity. Transformative governance can materialize if only there is a change from the grassroots level. A female worker is an asset, not a burden. With their strong nature in terms of motivating, nurturing, and caring, women should be nurtured as leaders. Both change of mindset and change of policy need to be worked simultaneously within a systematic approach. Policy change should be complemented with improved work environment so that women do not have to behave like men in the workplace. Bridging activism around gender equality is a concerted effort for both men and women. A real mentorship and strong networking are crucial in order to allow women and religious leadership in Muslim context to advance. Next, please. Investing in education can shape the ability of men and women to reach their full potential. Increasing the number of women as leaders in HEI comes with a collective willpower to fill the absence. MOHI and HEI should look at the underrepresentation of women as a serious matter. All stakeholders of HEI should work together and organize the platforms to instill equality values. And lastly, the true value of equality does not only focus on one gender. The issue of gender imbalance in education, schools, and universities alike must be addressed for the sake of our future. I think there's another one. Education inclusion is key initiative for the government to observe for women refugees in developing countries. Education for women refugees should not be denied, as they too have the capability to lead and contribute to the society. The Ministry of Education should provide registration and licensing of learning centers for refugees. Underutilized national school spaces can be offered to refugee children. Certified examinations and certifications and access to teacher training can help the women refugees to improve their lives. HEI should support academic progression, including access to tertiary education. That almost sums up all the heated discussion that we have had in the last 2 days. Thank you very much.
Where have they gone, Ida?
I'm not sure. I'm waiting for the MCS. I've read all the resolutions.
After reading the resolution, they've gone back. Good.
Something happens over here, bro. Well, always ladies affair. All right. Okay. So, Alhamdulillah, thank you very much, Prof, for the presentation of the resolution. And well, I think it's not too late, for us to thank our participants and viewers. And well, we have more than 100 participants and viewers up until now. And for that, we thank you very much for your participation and dedication. And again, we are now coming up to the end of our webinar. And before we wrap up, let us now listen to Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, IIUM Rector, for the closing remark. Over to you, Tan Sri.
Thank you, Shahrizad. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I have been thinking about this closing remark. I'm left with nothing to say, actually. I've listened to it for the last 2 days. I think it is one of the more profound webinars talking about issues which is very relevant to us. And I don't know what else to say. I think most of this has been covered and been covered quite well. The issue now is how do we follow through so that some of the resolution that was mentioned by Ida could be sort of followed up and turned into action. Otherwise, this webinar will be a waste of time and also a waste of opportunity moving forward. Now, I want to congratulate everybody for this, for running this in. I know there was a problem of uncertainty. Some speakers committed and then could not make it, but Alhamdulillah, it came out fine and in fact better than I expected. Now, my contribution will not be very much. I just want to reflect on my own experience. I was lucky when I was a student in USM that at that time the Pusat Kanita, Kanak-kanak dan Wanita, was established. And I had the opportunity to interact with them, and I think I know many of them there. And I think that was a turning point for me. So when Asma talks about education, when Asma talks about awareness, I think that is a starting point. I would not have been thinking the way I'm thinking now if I'm not exposed to what Kanita is all about. That was early in the 1970s. I think the question of gender then was even more serious than it is now. But it was taken in such a way that it is academically understood. People look at this as an issue not of gender per se, but of a human issues as such. It is as much as men's a problem as it is a woman problem. I think if the men are not educated, then I think we can talk about this gender until cow comes home. Nothing has changed. So while we talk about gender, I tend to say earlier that it has to be a kind of a human problem. I want to look at leadership as a kind of a continuum. I mean, you could have a very quote unquote manly kind of a leadership, there's such a thing, and a kind of a womanly kind of a leadership. And this spectrum is a spectrum that needs to go around where the situation is all about. When you talk about COVID-19, as well pointed out, I think many women has done well as compared to men, you know. And I'm not too sure, I cannot imagine in a war situation, perhaps that may shift from point to point. In other words, this leadership that we call is not confined to gender per se, or race per se, or religion per se. It is always situational, and that situation is the one that is actually difficult to understand if you don't have this broad framework of what leadership is all about. And I, from my own experience, when I want to talk, when I read book on leadership, you're always given a very stereotype idea of what leadership is all about. Yeah, 7 habits of that, 8 traits of this, and 9 of that. You know, when I read them, most of the time I felt I'm not going to be a good leader because I can never meet the 9 traits or the 7 habits or whatever else somebody advocate. But suddenly I found that these are contextualized. You know, when people talk about it is in their own context, in their own situation, their own values, their own civilization. And I think this is where I think we need to come out with our own. And this is what we are trying to do at the moment in time, trying to introspect and look what is it that we are lacking as far as Malaysia is concerned. The culture is very different. How do you change this culture so that we can become a different kind of a leader given whatever situation that we need to meet? But Malaysian punya thinking as far as leadership is concerned, my first critique is we are not open enough. I think you know that my people always say that I'm very confrontational as compared to many other people. But I'm confrontational because I want to find out what is the reason for things are done the way it is done. You know, I mean, if you talk about something and you just plonk it on me, I will not accept it because I want to know why it is done the way it is done. Or is it any other way that to do? Maybe Asma will be able to reflect this when we talk about the Apex University. You know, the Apex University was an opportunity for us in USM to transform. And we were told the mandate is to transform for the future. And we never know what the future is all about. If you were just to take any model from outside that was given to us, University A in country A, University B in country B, and you can almost sense what this university is when you talk about world-class university, then we become just like them. You know, I mean, University A from country A, and you adopt that model, then we become another University A, perhaps in a bad situation because our context and their context are not the same. And therefore, the task of a leader, be it male or female, is to understand those contexts. And once you understand those contexts, then you have a lot more room to play, a lot more room to, you know, to be creative. And this is where we go back, as this is now, to our own cultural values, to indigenous knowledge, and to understand where we are in trying to make this connection into the global scene. In other words, when we talk about our kind of a leadership role, it is not isolated. We can connect it to what the world is trying to say. And this is where I think that the word sejahtera, to me, suddenly, after talking about it for more than 20 years, we're going to revise this, inshallah, in July 18th. When we look at sejahtera, the way it was formulated 20 years ago, it is vastly different from what it is, because now we have got better understanding of what sejahtera in the cultural context. You know, you will listen to some of these people who talked about it, and particularly the Koreans. When the Koreans took sejahtera and built a 20 million campus in Seoul, it really knocks on my head. What is it that they see that we didn't see? How can they sink 20 million US in a campus when we can't even part with 2 million ringgit just to talk about Sejahtera? Until now, I think we are still very sketchy as far as Malaysia is concerned. Yeah, there are people who talk about Sejahtera in their own terms, in their own language, not based on the cultural values, not based on philosophy, not based on the understanding of what it is all about as a way of life that has been there for a long time. So these are, I think, the role of leaders to go down and find out what is it that we are missing and try to connect the dots. And once the dots are connected, then I think it becomes more convincing that we have got our own leadership style. We don't have to follow people's leadership style, not because we are so arrogant about it, but because we are just so different from what they are. And I'm hoping that IIUM, or USM used to be, I'm not too sure, I can't speak about USM now, IIUM will want to do this. How can we mold education in our own acuan? This has been often said, dalam wawasan 2020 kita nak membina satu negara dalam acuan kita sendiri. At the end of the day, I don't see the acuan because we keep on importing ideas from outside and say that it is ours, and sometimes it does not work because it is just not suited into our own context. Yeah? So that would be, I think, the take when we talk about leadership, whatever gender, whatever race or religion, I think to me that is the basis. What is the relevance of that in the context that we are given? For example, when we talk about now, I think a week ago when we celebrate the World Refugee Forum, yeah, and IIUM go back and say, why is it so difficult now when in 1992 we were able to bring some 100 Bosnian students into our campus then and educate them, male and female together. Yeah, there was no question of gender equality at that time. And all of them have gone back and built a country which is very, very successful, very, very prosperous. In fact, the only Islamic country in Europe that can survive. It becomes what you call a passage for Malaysia into Europe through Bosnia and to Sarajevo, and that is a problem that happens in Europe. Different context, different culture, but we are able to actually give that because the values that we give them are basically universal values. Now, I'm asking the same question: why is it so difficult to do this for the Rohingyas? They are just in our backyard. I mean, they are in Myanmar. It is an Asian context. We should understand them better, all right? But somehow or other, it is so difficult to get it going. And this is why in that particular forum, and even when Mimi presented, I am quite insistent that we want to do this again. Whatever rules that we follow or we broke during the Bosnian thing, I think we want to do the same thing. We want to replicate, we want to make it reproducible so that we save another group of people. And these are talking about human lives. And these are not just about our own ego that we are doing this for them. And no, it is saving human lives. And as rightly pointed out also by Mimi, mainly are women and children, you know. And I think that would be the kind of leader that I'm looking at and I'm looking forward to, who can solve problems for people who are actually in dire needs. And IIUM, I think, has the potential to do that, because that's why I asked her the question, if other private university can do it, why can't we do it? We are almost private in that sense. We have got our own school, we have got our own colleges, we have got our own university. Why can't we make this into a kind of a project that at the end of the day that talks really about leadership of this university and the leadership that we need for the world it is today, given the kind of problems that we have. So those are commitments that I think we need to start making a difference. And Alhamdulillah, we were also told, I think they will be announced very soon, that UNDP has given the national SDG roadmap sort of a plan to IIUM to plan for the whole country for phase 2, year 2021 and 2025. And this is again an opportunity. We talk about leadership, whether it's men or women or whatever it is, as long as people has got the capability to do it, I think we should bring this in. Another demonstration that we are able to solve problems at national level. In fact, in this case, could be also at a global level if we do it well, including goal number 5, gender equity, and also reduce what you call inequity and so on and so forth. So I want to wrap this up by saying that, look, we have got all the talents that we need. And I think we need to work with these talents. I want to recognize Asma, because we worked together for a long time in USM. I don't know whether she recognized this. and now we are back together in IIUM. That kind of a partnership, that kind of a recognition of talent. If I were to look at Asma being a woman, I probably will not want to work with her. But that's not the case. Asma is Asma. You know, she could be a transgender for all I care. I could be a transgender for all I. I don't give a damn in that sense. You know, she delivers. She knows what she's talking about. So transgender, so be it. And then I think my soft spot on transgender now. I think we got 200 transgender in Kuantan, and that we are trying to nurture and bring them forward. And some of them are really very talented. You know. The very fact that they have started their own business, given the kind of stigmatization, given the kind of negative pushback they've got, you just need to listen to their stories. You feel how lucky you are. They are not even given the privilege to go to whichever toilet that they want to. I just cannot imagine, in that kind of a situation. And these are people who we don't pay particular attention to. I think their problem is more dire than our problem as male or female as such. And we need to attend to them. And the moment we get them into our fold, we probably can benefit a lot more from them. And there are a lot of them who are very creative in their own ways. And I think we need to recognize this. And these are issues that I think this university wants to get into. And I just want to end by giving this commitment. That IIUM, I know we have failed. I will use the word failed. In the last appointment for the deputy rector. In fact, you probably know the story. We have got a lady deputy rector, but somehow or other the politics doesn't work for it. We are now again will be opening up for deputy rectors, and I hope we can create a better gender balanced university management committee, and that will demonstrate what we say rather than just talk and not walk the talk. These are issues that I think will not be able to solve overnight, but slowly and surely, I think we'll get into that. There's a lot more to say, but I will just sort of want to remind you another forum that we went through the last time is this one, International Forum on Women, Peace and Sustainable Security. I think this is again organized by Belgium Embassy, ISTEC, and us. Also recognizing the role of women in trying to bring peace and world security. And this is another big issue that we have not even fathomed, but it is quite clear if you want to have peace around the world, women will have to play a more rigorous role in trying to put this forward. So we are touching, I think, just the tip of the iceberg. But I hope we can make this into a kind of a commitment for the university. 40 years henceforth, maybe this will be the big change for IIUM moving forward, recognize the role of everybody else as far as leadership is concerned. And if we take back, I think my end probably is to look at the hadith that says that everyone is a leader and we are responsible for our own flock or our own followers, as it were. It doesn't talk about gender in that sense. Yeah, if you want to be a leader, then I think you just take your role and make it happen, and inshallah we will be successful in that particular sense. This binary thing, I think, needs to go, because not all issues, pandemic does not talk about whether the COVID will choose male or female. They are not sexist the way we are, yeah, and they will attack anybody and everybody else as far as that. So I think that's the world that we need to look at, that the world are more diffused together and we are collectively responsible rather than looking at things in a binary form, which I think it is no longer relevant in this and age. So let me thank once again for everybody who organized this. I know Norke and Fazida has been at the back of this, and some of you also are now participating in demonstrating what this university is capable of. I'd like to thank people who are from other parts of the world, Zamzam Ibrahim, Emma, if I can remember, Selin Ibrahim. You have provided a lot more input, particularly Dr. Selin. I think the richness of her presentation, being a minority, sometimes puts us to shame. In the majority countries, we are still circling some very small issues, whereas they've gone bigger into solving their own problems. We need to learn from them as far as moving forward is concerned. So thank you, everyone. Let's pray to Allah Ta'ala. Tomorrow is the Arafah day. We hopefully will get the blessings from Allah Ta'ala, and also to make sure that this university will move forward the way we have planned for it. And hopefully the blessings will help us to ease some of these issues they are facing today. So wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and God bless. Back to you, Sharizat.
All right, Tan Sri, thank you very much. We thank you very much for your never-ending support, especially here in the issue of gender equality, and of course to ensure women empowerment in IIUM, to be specific. Right? Okay, and I think we'll get back to you, Tan Sri, for the equality of human leadership.
No questions, huh?
All right, so thank you very much once again, Tan Sri, ladies and gentlemen. I now invite Ustaz Ramadan Subki from the Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Mosque, IIUM, to recite the closing dua. Tafadhol.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi alladhi ja'ala awwala yawmina hadha salaha wa awsatahu falaha wa akhirahu najaha. Wassalatu wassalamu ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man ihtada. Oh Allah, we beg thee all of good things which pertains to this day and days hereafter. You have bestowed on us the greatness of your ni'mah in which we could never imagine, and you have protected us from harm when we cannot detach ourselves from it. We have done deeds in which only you have the knowledge of its good or its bad. O Allah, on this glorious day, we express our gratitude to you for allowing us to attend this webinar on this auspicious day. We seek your blessing for a progress of this event from the beginning until the end. Make it a stage for further prosperity and progress, and be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, make the days that we have gone through continue with your mercy and end with your forgiveness. And also make the days we have gone through with guidance and end with victory and of excellence. Make us a responsible intellectual and grant us valuable knowledge that will be beneficial for mankind in order to gain your mercy. Open the ways for opportunities that benefit our nation, country, and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah, for us to continue to do good deeds that receive your pleasure and a harmonious life that you bless, and guide us to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and the hereafter. O Allah, we seek your might to safeguard our physical self so that we continue to worship you. Safekeep us so that our hearts are filled with love. Please open our hearts so that we seek you always, just like how you open the hearts of those who are righteous. Please place us among those who keep to their promises and able to fulfill our responsibilities. Please make our life a witness to all deeds that you have enjoined us to do, O Allah, the most gracious, the most giving. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من جهد البلاء ودرك الشقاء وسوء القضاء وشماتة الأعداء. اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من البرص والجنون والجذام ومن سيء الأسقام. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. تقبل الله منكم
ومنكم.
Inna wa minkum taqabbal ya karim. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizer, we would like to express our utmost gratitude and appreciation to all guests of honor for gracing this event with their virtual presence. We would like also to record our special appreciation to Her Majesty Sri Paduka Baginda, the Raja Pemaisuri Agung, Tunku Hajah Azizah Aminah Maimunah Iskandaria, binti Almarhum Al-Mutawakkil Allah Sultan Iskandar Al-Hajj, the constitutional head of IIUM, for her willingness to virtually officiate this event. Our gratitude also goes to the honored panelists and moderators and the organizing committee from IIUM, UMS, and UNESCO. Thank you very much. Finally, we would also like to sincerely thank all the participants of this webinar. We hope all of you would be able to benefit from the discussion and talk delivered by the speakers and panelists over the 2 days program of Women in Higher Education, Gender Equality in and Through Education. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much, everyone. For those who celebrate Eid al-Adha, may this auspicious day of Arafah bring you all happiness and success in both worlds. May Allah accept all our prayers. Happy Arafah Day. Take care and stay safe. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. If let's say actually the organizer dengan would like those who are still on the platform to switch on your camera. They wanted to have a photo session. Yeah. Yeah, Tan Sri, wait for the queue. Okay, we can see the faces behind the screen. Okay. Alright. Dah, cakap apa? Nak cakap 1, 2, 3. Tan Sri tunggu tu. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Alright, smile everyone. Okay, dah. Okay. Alright. Okay, thank you Tan Sri, thank you everyone. Thank you UMS team. Thank you UMS.